Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
my lord. Everything is going as you instructed.
Death Watch is prepared to fight.
Yes. The people have been worked into such a frenzy that when the Republic does arrive, the Death Watch will be considered heroes.
Excellent. The Republic Occupation Force is loading their ships and will arrive on time, if the Duchess Satine does not get in the way.
The Duchess Satine will not be in the way much longer. One of the Death Watch assassins is taking care of her.
Stand down. Unacceptable. You promised us we would reclaim Mandalore from these weak-willed cowards.
Is waged in the Galactic Senate. As heavy losses add up, a group of senators led by Halle Bertoni of Camino propose an escalation of troop production.
What's happening?
Aloha and good afternoon.
Anything good?
Work was work, but now that I'm not at work, everything's looking up. Oh, that's me. How about you? How's your day treating you?
Yeah, it's a long one today, but a lot of stuff to do.
Well, sometimes that's good and bad. It's good if you can get it all done. It's shitty if it takes too long. Just looking, dreaming. You know how it is when you window shopping. No real expectation of purchase, just I've said it before. It's like it was one thing when I had come to the full conclusion that like the 30S was going to be what I was going to get, and I just, from that point then just saved up the money and took the time that it took to get it, and all of that kind of stuff. Like the same thing with that TRR8. Like once it was, like decided and I was sure and everything like that, it was save up the money time. And now it's like I it's like I want so many different things that I'm trying to, narrow and weigh choices and all this, that, and the other thing. And in the end, so far I hadn't chose anything, and it might end up being that way for a while longer. It's like I don't necessarily want to be in a rush, but like if I see some freaking smoking deal on something that I do want, I want to also be in a position to jump on it, man. Strike while the iron is hot and whatnot.
So are you any closer?
No. As a matter of fact, it seems like I'm getting farther and farther away. As far as the narrowing down part comes around, yeah, it seems like, oh well, like today I thought about I started looking into like a Thompson 45 ACP carbine. I don't even know why I started thinking about it. I would double check with the gun shop, of course, before I purchase anything, but to make sure that it's legal in my state, my firearms repressed state that I live in. But it's like I've thought about it before, so I find myself, I'm watching videos on it and this and that, and all of a sudden it is something that I hadn't thought about for years, basically. That all of a sudden it's like, well, that's not half bad. It's actually kind of cool. So, in essence, it's even gotten more difficult. But I did watch one of your videos this morning, sir. It was on this one, the Thunder Ranch, and I don't know if you had a chance to shoot it when you had it during the video time or not. But did you have any further opinions beyond the video? It's the 45 ACP. I think it's a Performance Center 325 probably, or something like that.
Did I give it a good review?
Well, I think all your reviews are pretty. Yeah, I think it was just this product seems kind of cool. This, that, and the other thing kind of, one of your
revolver doesn't seem my thing. It's not what I lust after or nothing. So I'm not sure if I think that one was pretty lightweight.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's supposed to have some kind of scandium frame, kind of like the one that I have already for the 357, but it shoots 45s, and it's moon-clipped.
On it in that video?
I don't know. You may have put one on it because it does come with I believe, a removable rail.
Yeah, I seem to remember I seen one like that. Somebody had set up with a light on it, some old guy. I don't know. It ain't my thing. And it seems like it's for a bunch of stuff that I don't do. Like shoot 44, you said?
It's 45 ACP.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Shooting 45 ACP out of a revolver and a large size frame, basically.
Yep. It's like an end frame. It's going to require moon clips. All of those things.
Every part about that is a part of town I don't hang out in,
I was going to say relative pain in the ass, sort of. I mean, it's a cool looking revolver and everything like that. But, how I was just saying earlier about it just seems like the list keeps getting wider and wider. I don't even know how I happened across your video for it or anything like that, but I'm like, oh, I know this guy. I trust his impressions on firearms. And you didn't give it a bad thing or anything. You just, it was like one of your 2-minuters or a minute 45 or something video. So I was like, this is what it is. This is what it does. Seems kind of cool.
It's a Smith, so obviously it's a good gun.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't doubting any type of manufacturing or operation of the firearm at all, really. But again, also, you know, it's not an inexpensive firearm either, though. So it's just kind of been one of those days. I was semi-working hard today, busting ass, and because everything's busy out here right now, and that's fine. It's to be expected and all that. And I kind of got some of my eggs in a basket before Christmas, and I didn't end up. I didn't jump on anything, so it's not like it's burning a hole in my pocket, but it's not making the wanting any less though either.
I hate when you put all your eggs in one basket that they're burning a hole in.
Yeah.
Or wait, all your eggs in one basket pocket that you're burning a hole in.
Yeah, even worse.
I hate when my basket's on fire.
Yeah, it's no fun.
I've had the pockets on fire too often.
What is nice though is then if you let it burn long enough, you know, it cooks the eggs for you, so then you can have breakfast.
Yeah, but then it's a hard-boiled egg, right? Oh, maybe fried, I guess.
All that hate's gonna burn you up, kid.
Ah, you're a good man, Charlie Brown. It keeps me warm, if I remember correctly. It keeps me warm. That was one of the great character changes, development, you know, in a movie, especially for C. Thomas Howell, who's, let's just say, he's not physically imposing or what you may have considered to be a badass at that time. But fantastic movie nonetheless.
Yikes. Moon jumping in with the record scratch there.
My bad.
That's all good, man. All good.
Jump shady.
I mean, you posted a bazillion-dollar shotgun and a Colt Python and all kinds of crazy shiatsu.
I got more on the way.
Excellent.
Let it all. Can't let it all.
Moon money for problems.
Right?
Can't let it all out at once, or all.
No. You got to make them. You got to make them want it, is what I was gonna say. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
No, but I had fun this morning. Shotguns.
Did you happen to get to fire that Beretta?
Free willed? Nah.
Okay, I didn't think. I mean, that's pretty freaking nice. I didn't know if that was for general usage or not.
I think in the spring, next time I go up there, I'll probably I might shoot it. I'll bring up
Right
some
on.
bird shot or something.
So Pops was doing good and all that?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, he wants a PPQ now because he wants to sell his SIG to what is it?
2022 or whatever?
2022.
For the PPQ, what, 45? For the
Yeah.
9 mil, the 40?
I told him there was a 45, so he wants that.
You know, that's another one I looked up today, and the only problem with that one for me is some bitch has got 12 round mags.
Yeah, maybe they'll make the compliant versions. You'd think. There's a lot of states with a 10-round limit, isn't there? Like New York.
I don't know about a lot, but there's a few. Massachusetts, yeah. But, you know, they don't have to be in a hurry to do that. And plus the 45 is new to the PPQ line. I mean, it was only SHOT Show this year, maybe? Or was it SHOT Show last year?
Nah, the 45 just came out, so they'll probably have it at SHOT Show this year, just showing it off, but you can buy one. Right
Yeah, I saw, I don't know if it was CDNN or something like that as I was cruising the Gun Watcher, which I don't know if it's any good for my blood pressure, but man.
G-Webs is a super artist. He just drew that.
Did that show up?
Yeah. Just drew your logo and like.
Just whip out another one here real quick. Hold on.
That's amazing.
He's a graphic artist.
Good with that today. That's what I did today.
Is that on your Mac?
No, Macintoshes suck. No, I've proven it. Buying a $150 one. It's a real computer that can do business.
Yeah, I was shooting that PPQ like a boss.
Felt all strong and
true operator. Little 6-inch plate, 25 yards away. It was just going ping, ping. It's the trigger. I can't take all the credit. It's the trigger.
I'm looking for a lighter, smaller carry gun, so I'm thinking PPQ.
Yeah, you can't go wrong.
I know.
what do you carry? What do you carry currently, Schmegs?
CZ75.
Okay, so that's already all metal, kind of sizable.
I actually carried my Omega for about 3 days straight outside the waistband. Even concealed it pretty good under my hoodie. It didn't bother me that much, but then again, it wasn't the SP01. That weighs maybe a few more ounces.
Yeah, it's not that bad, because that's the one I have, is the SP01. I just kind of stopped with the name halfway through, because it's annoying to say all the time.
Well, I have that, but I never carried it because I don't have a holster for it. But I do have a holster for my Omega.
Yeah, I now have a couple holsters for it, because I have the inside the waistband is how I normally carry it. And then I just got a leather one from Nathan for outside the waistband. But I haven't worn that yet.
Sweet. Let my 13-year-old shoot the Scorpion.
Loved it, didn't he?
He loved it. He was like, oh my God.
Yeah. I'll come to a conclusion that this shit's pretty cool.
He was like, I want to shoot. I was like, maybe in the springtime when we're done the range. And then my dad's wife took my youngest out to this giant general store in a park and stuff, and he didn't want to go. He stayed back to watch us shoot. So I was like, well, you might as well just stop being a spectator. And that was the first
Right
one.
on.
I handed him the Scorpion. It's like, here you go.
Well, it's sizable, and I'm gonna assume manageable.
Yeah, he's small for 13, but he didn't really have a problem with it.
Well, and plus that's 9 milli anyway, right?
Yeah, but
Out of a sizable platform, I imagine it didn't probably like kick or recoil too bad at all, right?
the thing that makes that recoil more than you would think is that giant heavy bolt that's inside the gun.
It's just slamming, bam, slam, bam.
Yeah.
But sounds like he handled it no problem.
Oh yeah, he had fun.
I mean, we didn't hear any after-action report or see any hospital emergency room bills or anything like that, so that's good.
Nope, none of that. I was right over his shoulder.
Excellent. Good dad.
My 16-year-old, he ripped through like 300, one of them 333 boxes of 22 with his little 1911 22.
Nice. Well, and plus at that age, is he doing it more for the blam, 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 or is he trying to do it for accuracy?
Yeah, he was making it rain on us.
Nice.
Pop, 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 pop. I was like, are you even aiming for anything? It's like, no.
What am I supposed to be aiming at, Dad? Come on. That's awesome, though, man. Great time, family, yet safe. You know, nobody got hurt, and yet the ease of it was at Grandpa's house, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, it's a good day.
Now, did you drive home already though? Or are you still up there?
I left around 3 o'clock. Got home around 5.
Really, it's that close, man. I need to look at a map again.
You know the
I
Poconos
keep
is
forgetting.
in Pennsylvania, right?
Oh, see, and I'm thinking it was in New York.
Nah, just a lot of New Yorkers go down because it's like halfway.
Okay, and you know what? I was probably thinking like upstate New York, like Adirondacks or something like that. I got you now. I definitely got you now. And I also understand then why it's only about 2 hours away.
Yeah,
It's right there.
The Poconos is huge, so he lives like at the bottom of it, so it only takes about 2 hours to get there, but if you went to traverse the whole Poconos, it would be about 3.5 hours to get up to the top of it.
Right on. Yeah, getting uphill sometimes is tough. Can't always go in a straight line.
Now that's right between Bermuda and Bahama.
Yeah, it's in the triangle.
It's the Poconos, not the Poke you know.
The Kokomos.
All right.
What he was thinking.
It's by Aruba. I mean Jamaica.
Oh, I want to take you. Are we singing the Beach Boys right now?
I think we just did.
Is that what's happening?
It was Cocktail, straight out of the movie.
I'm flipping bottles around.
Boning Elizabeth Shue in a waterfall in the Caribbean, not a bad thing.
I think that's when Uncle Jesse was in the band.
It was, actually. He was the percussionist, I believe. Or at least in that video.
Good times.
Stay moist. Yep. Tom Cruise playing Tom Cruise as a bartender in New York.
It was like the Easy Money Part 3.
Well, there's been very few Tom Cruise movies where he didn't actually play himself playing the character. Usually he's doing that. Rarely is he actually the character. But that's what happens when you must be this tall to ride the ride, and he's got to wear lifts in order to get on.
I forget what comedian was talking about Cruise, but he said every movie is the same. Days of Thunder, he was a really good race car driver. He loses his confidence, meets a girl, gets it back. Top Gun, he's a really good air pilot, a pilot. Loses his confidence, meets a girl, gets it back. And he just ended up listing off like 20 different movies. It's like, holy shit. That is pretty much the only thing he does.
Here's fucking one for Moon. All the Right Moves, which takes place in Pennsylvania.
All right.
In Risky Business, he's a high school student, and then
he didn't have confidence at first. Bangs the hooker, gets confidence back enough to deal with the pimp. I mean, it's kind of the same. And who was the pimp in Risky Business?
Old guy.
Sorta. I'll give you a hint. He was in The Matrix.
Oh, didn't he have a different name? Didn't he go by Larry back then?
I think it's Joey Pants. It's Joe Pantaleone or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. Joe Pantaleone.
Cypher from...
I was thinking
back then I did call him Larry.
Oh, well, yeah.
I was thinking of Lawrence Fishburne. He said Matrix. And Lawrence Fishburne in his early movies was Larry Fishburne.
Like when he was in Apocalypse Now, you mean?
Yeah.
great freaking movie. Wow, I forgot about Taps. I don't remember if there was a chick that restored his confidence in Taps, though.
Taps?
Yeah,
No.
that was
No
him.
Chick. That's Lady Liberty is your chick.
Right? There you go. Because what, that was like Timothy Hutton, Tom Cruise.
That's
I'm trying to
everybody.
think, was there like an Emilio Estevez or a Charlie Sheen in there, or no?
Both of them, probably. Everybody was in Taps.
Well, and then remember, like a couple years after that, they came out with Toy Soldiers, and that was like the next batch of young actors, where there was like Will Crusher or Wesley Crusher.
Oh, that was way later, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like, I guess it was in the 90s. If Taps was in the early 80s, it was Toy Soldiers was probably.
I think Toy
Late-
Soldiers was 89.
I was gonna say late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. I might have to just stretch a little Google here to see what Taps was.
Taps got Sean Penn, Tom Cruise.
Sean Penn, that's who I was thinking of.
That other dude.
You know, that
Person
guy.
who was in Taps. It turned out to be a movie star.
Kind of, yeah. George C. Scott, Timothy Hutton, Sean Penn, Tom Cruise.
Like, even the people walking in the street probably turned out to be movie stars. That was like magic movie for people.
But then, you know, there's guys like Brendan Ward. Who? Exactly. Evan Handler. Who?
Oh, what the hell is with this Billy Van Zandt picture?
I think that's that's Bug.
Damn, looks like an alien.
Donald Kimmel, that must be Jimmy Kimmel's cousin. That was just another one of those movies where.
Probably the only one that didn't make it was that John P. Navin Jr.
And you think that's just due to his name?
He was just like, he was in a few 80s movies, but he didn't make
I was going to say, let's see. Apparently he was in National Lampoon's Vacation.
Who are we talking about?
John P. Navin Jr.
Yeah, he was one of the cousins.
Oh, he would had to be the boy cousin then, right?
Yeah. The one with the nudie mags or whatever.
Yeah. And the didn't he have a grip spring or something like that? Explorers. Okay, I remember that movie. That was like Ethan Hawke, River Phoenix. They take like the carnival ride and somehow they figure out the logarithm somehow with the computer power they had back then to be able to make a force field around it and they can fly. If I remember right.
Nah.
Yeah.
They went into space and talked to them weird fucking aliens.
Right, but that was after they already took the like the carnival ride seat and somehow like with an Apple IIc or whatever they had they were able to do all kinds of shit.
Well, Independence Day taught us that you can hack into, alien spaceships with a, what was that, like a MacBook or something?
Well, yeah, and you can't doubt the power of the Apple, I guess.
Totally possible.
Or was that the old school Apple, the big bubble thing with like the color and shit?
I don't think.
I know something Macintosh. Just proves that Steve Jobs was an alien.
Whenever Jeff Goldblum's involved, anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Whether it's Jurassic Park,
Nature always finds a way.
The Fly.
Goldblum always finds a way.
There you go. That's probably more accurate. And there's another guy. He's always playing himself.
Yeah.
He's hardly ever, playing the character. He's usually Jeff Goldblum. This is what Jeff Goldblum would do. However, he was in Buckaroo Banzai, and I can't really fault him for that because that movie is fan-fucking-tastic.
cold in my room. Fucking cold.
Really?
I need a fireplace.
It is 3:34 p.m. Hawaiian Standard Time, and it is 82 fucking degrees, man.
It was 70 earlier today. Not up
Well, that's nice. Yeah, definitely not up the hill.
Down here.
Man, it's raining like a mother out here. It's been raining all day. It rained all day yesterday.
Hey, as far as we know, any of our peeps on gun channels are all safe after the fucking multi-state windstorm tornado touchdown of 2015, right? Nobody's heard anything bad about happening to any of our peeps?
Not that I know.
I think the largest
Obama's weather control tests of 2015?
Yeah, I think it was up to 27. Oh, 11 died from the tornadoes and 13 in the flooding in the Midwest. And Garland, I think, was the area in Texas that got fucking
I think we need tornado control. I mean, people who just starting tornadoes with no background checks or anything, man. It's just not right.
Oh, shit. One of them was a F4, too, man. Fuck.
So did we go through the Toy Soldiers cast?
No, we didn't. We glazed right over that because, like I said, it was Wesley Crusher.
We got Will Wheaton, Sean Astin.
Yeah, I was going to say Samwise Gamgee.
Keith Coogan made it out of the 80s. He was in Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead.
Christina Applegate.
Arlie Emery. I don't remember him in it.
Clearly he had to be like the drill instructor or something.
Well, I know Louis Gossett Jr. was
he the FBI guy? Or whatever when they're coming because they've taken over the place and...
I thought he was a drill instructor, but maybe he was like...
Well, Louis Gossett Jr. was the drill instructor, the naval aviator drill instructor in Officer and a Gentleman.
Yeah.
Mayonnaise.
For real?
Oh, Toy Soldiers 91. Fuck. The year I graduated high school.
Christopher.
Looks like he might have been a teacher. Oh, wow, Keith Coogan. I definitely recognize that guy. Yeah, now that you say Babysitter's Dead, I definitely know who you're talking about. And this picture ain't doing nothing for his hairline, though.
Yeah. Oh, damn, he's old. The dishes are done, man. When he's like shooting the dishes with the shotgun.
Yep. In the city limits. My name is Ricardo Montoya. I know it's supposed to be indigo, but anyway. He was... Now, whether Louis Gossett Jr., he was Dean Parker. Now, whether that means his first name was Dean, or he was like dean of the school. Because Denholm Elliott, if you remember, he was in like Indiana Jones. He was in Trading Places. He was the butler in Trading Places. And I think it was maybe the third Holy Grail, maybe Denholm Elliott was in. Oh shit. Arlie wasn't the drill instructor, he was the fucking General Al.
Andrew Divoff. He was in another 48 Hours.
Oh, that dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that dude's face, man. That dude has been a bad guy in almost every freaking movie he's ever been in.
Yeah.
Air Force One, Wishmaster. He's that guy, right?
Yep.
Let's see, what else we got here that you might recognize? Let's go back a little bit. He's been on TV a bazillion times, obviously. He's a character actor, so he gets plenty of work.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of shit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, he lost.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. But also good stuff like Shark Skin 6.
I didn't know there was a Badasses of the Bayou.
Is that a movie or a TV show?
It was I saw Badasses on Netflix. It's the hell's that guy's name? Danny Trejo, whatever his name is.
Trejo?
And Danny Glover. They play like two old guys that are like ex-military going around kicking people's asses.
Right on. Believable.
Another 48 hours.
Trying to remember what part in Highlander he played. Oh, the TV series. Never mind. That almost don't count.
Indiana Jones.
Crystal Skulls.
The Crystal Skull, yeah.
Which
I
was
wonder
just
if an old TV show Highlander would hold up anymore. It was pretty good back in the day.
Yeah,
I liked it. I watched it.
It had hot chicks in it, and there was swords. It was alright.
Yep. And I think that's why I liked it. It didn't matter to me that they were all either Canadian or French.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. It's all European.
somebody got their head cut off at least once an episode.
Yeah, at least once an episode.
Not like Chameleon one.
Shit, he was on the 18. No kidding.
The Boston Strangler. Some of these movies I never heard of. A lot of B movies.
Yep. They said, man, definitely a character actor, right? You know, like you look at his face, you're like, I've seen you in a million fucking things, and usually you're an asshole.
Who are you talking about? DB?
No, I don't talk about DB like that. I mean, you can. That's up to you. You know, you're your own person. You do whatever you like. That's the freedom that America allows you to have.
Low Down Dirty Shame. I think I only watched that once, but
Well, that's because it had Jada Pinkett in it, and she was all sexy, sexy.
yeah, back then.
Actually, that had a couple of hot chicks in it, if I remember correctly. I don't think I ever owned that one on DVD, though, or VHS.
I forget who he was on Lost, but oh well.
Robbie with words of wisdom out in the external chat. Wow. True words, brother. It's like, you know, it's paraphrasing which should be etched in stone is never stick your dick in a tweaky bitch. In case anybody out there didn't know. Chat killer.
Quick, we need.
You always talk about guns. Talk about guns and movies. Talk about movies with guns.
Man, don't talk about guns. No one likes those.
Has there been a movie that was solely, like the name of the movie is about a gun?
I thought I was gonna watch a movie that was about guns called the hell was it? Gambling, Guns, and Girls on Netflix.
Not so much.
Sean, no, not a Sean. Christian Slater movie that looked like
I don't
one of
think I ever even heard of it.
It was like a straight to video, I guess, or straight
Oh,
to
well.
Netflix.
There it is.
The chick was pretty hot. She looked like a dead ringer for Charlize Theron, and she carried 2 Glock 17s
Nice.
in her back. Those were the only guns in the movie. I mean, there was other guns, but the ones she carried looked cool. They were like customized shit.
They weren't Salient or Zevtech?
No. I think like just a prop guy fucked with them.
Is anybody in here, speaking of guns, subscribe to Oil the Gun?
Yeah.
I don't think he's made too many videos lately, but it's funny. He's, with that accent that he's got going, it's like every video that he does, and plus some of the guns that he has are actually pretty nice, and there's more than a couple of them that I definitely wanted. Like, I think one of them, the 97 BD, the 627, it's snubby. I mean, it's like, how do you know what it is that I want, and you've made a video about it already like a year or two ago? How can you read my mind in the past?
Yeah, he said something about it on Instagram once, that he just doesn't have time to make YouTube videos.
Oh, does he at least put stuff out on Instagram though?
Oh yeah.
Oh, right on.
Takes good pictures too.
Yeah, you could kind of tell that, because sometimes the way he would set up his backdrop for his videos and stuff like that usually was had something going on, Don't you know?
There's a link for that Christian Slater movie. Maybe there's an IMFDB on it.
Let's see, what do we got here? Dun dun dun. Guns, Girls, and Gambling, 2012. It got 5.5 stars out of 10.
Out of 10.
And yeah, she does look like a
Dude, she
rip
looks
off
like,
of Charlene, yeah?
Yeah. Yep. I thought it was her, and then I didn't see her name in the credits, and I was like, oh.
That's Helena Matson, obviously, because it just calls her the Blonde. Let's see what her story is.
The Blonde.
She's Swedish, so that's natural. Carpet's gonna match the drapes. She's kind of got a bigger rack than Charlize does. Let's see. TV stuff.
It's vulgar. Do we have links or what?
Yeah.
Sure.
Right in the side. Glock 17 two-tone, Smith & Wesson M&P, single action Army, Ruger GP100, 12 gauge double barrel. Oh,
Are you on the MFDB or whatever?
I also turned it on because Gary Oldman was in it, but he was barely in it. He must have been like hurting for a paycheck or something. Let's see it.
Well, did he get to add to his death count? Like how he's one of the most dying character actors out there?
Yeah, he definitely died.
I'm trying to think. Well, she's in a movie called The Baby Makers.
Oh, that's what they used to call me in high school.
Oh my. She was in Iron Man 2. What? Wow.
You see her guns? Here, let me give you the link to IMFDB. Ping, ping.
Surrogates. That movie was okay. But only okay.
See, it looks like maybe they just painted part of the grip. Make it look a little fancier.
Let's see. What am I looking for though?
Scroll down the IMFDB link that I just posted, and you can see her Glock 17s on her back.
The two-tone.
The back of her ass.
Oh, okay. Like the guy from Face Off, except that's a much more positive posterior.
Yeah. And the little midget guy, he had the Mossberg 500 Mariner at one part. Yeah, there's a picture of him carrying it. Or the 590 Mariner. I like that gun.
Wow, there's literally a cowboy. Oh wait, it's freaking Lawnmower Man.
Where?
He's the cowboy.
Dane Cook was in it, so that was a down part. Oh yeah,
And
yeah. Yep.
the Ruger, the little Elvis guy. What was his name? He was like in Bad Santa and Me, Myself, and Irene.
Me, Myself.
Tony Cox.
Yes, that's the guy. That's that guy. Dane Cook, not necessarily a big fan of his.
He's kind of annoying in my opinion. I don't think he's very funny at all. He thinks he's funny, but
Yeah, he thinks he's hilarious.
But yeah, the cowboy was pretty cool.
So, was it a movie worth watching, or eh?
It's worth watching once. It's kind of cheesy.
Well, because as I'm looking at this IMFDB or whatever, it's like there's plenty of guns. Like almost everybody's got a gun.
Yeah, but if you look at the list at the top, it's like it's got one pistol, 2 revolvers. I don't know why the Smith & Wesson M&P isn't under the pistols, but whatever. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guns.
Well, now if actually each one of those was an actual character in the movie, that's 10 characters. That's a lot. That's kind of busy. That's lots of storylines happening, you know. Let's see. Is there anything going on out in the chat? Just Foos trying not to die, which is good. Always a plus. If you have the opportunity, don't let yourself die.
I try to work on that daily.
I usually try and keep up with that myself. Some days it seems like it comes a little closer than others.
Right? How's everyone's holidays or Christmas or whatever the term is now?
Man, I'm just glad that it's almost January 2nd.
Right?
Because then I will be done with all this holiday stuff. It'll still be busy, but plus this is I'm on a 16-day pay period right now and holiday pay, so like I'm looking forward to the end of this month.
That's awesome, man. You know, one thing I've noticed is that when I was a kid, Christmas was such an amazing time. I looked forward to it, and I was so bummed when it was over. Now I'm just like, can we be done with Christmas, please?
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong, dude. I still like Christmas and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, when I was younger, it was much bigger. But you know, some family members have passed away, and you know, I'm not married. I don't have kids, so like, it doesn't. There's not as much to get all jacked up over. And like, if somebody wants, you know, I'm already usually working on the holidays, but you know, if there's any way that I can help somebody that doesn't want to work because of their family, I'll try and help them too, you know, because I understand you want to be with your family and your kids and all that kind of stuff, and sometimes it's not that really hard to pick up a little extra slack. And like, if it's waiting tables or whatever, sometimes it's a decent night making some money.
Yeah, that's how it worked with me. Like a lot of the guys have families and stuff like that, and I was like, hey man, go home. I'll take care of your shift. Go for it.
And sometimes it's just an easy opportunity to do a little hustling. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I didn't expect to get this little bit of extra, but I'm gonna make it and take it.
Exactly. So I finally got my SHOT Show stuff in the mail today.
Right on.
It's funny because I ordered. I bought my other guys their tickets like 10 days ago, and they got them like in the next couple of days. I ordered mine like in October, pretty much, and I just got mine today. So
they were your security risks, so they were probably checking it twice and then checking it one more time because they couldn't believe that you possibly passed.
I know, right? Oh, damn. But it sucked, though. Like, we had one guy that was part of my team, and he was going to go, and then he ended up, like, jacking a couple of stuff from us and taking off. And just,
oh, shit.
Yeah, man. Pretty crappy dude. Like, sucked. Like, long story short, we had a team member that we brought on, and he, seemed like a really good guy, and he worked at the Scottsdale Gun Club, and he ended up ripping off the Scottsdale Gun Club for, like, a lot of stuff. And then, unbeknown to me, he didn't disclose any of that, and I thought he was a pretty solid dude, but I guess, my judge of character was off just because, like, I've known him for a while. And I said, hey, man, why don't you join my team? And then he, like, came in and, like, kind of, like, good guy, seemed like, Marine and everything like that, real squared away, real nice dude. And then, like, we got a SHOT Show tickets, we paid for the hotel and all that stuff, and then we got him, like, T-shirts to wear with our labels on it. And then he just up and disappeared with, like, a couple of firearms and one of our FLIRs that we had. And we can't even get a hold of him. Then I talked to the gun club, and they said, like, yeah, like, actually the FBI opened up a case on him. And so this shitty, like, right before SHOT Show. Like, we spent all this money on this guy, and then just up and left and took some of our stuff. So, meh. But I'm excited for SHOT Show anyways. Apparently what happened, this guy was a salesman at the gun club, and his one of his friends handed him a Navy-issued 1911 and said, hey, can you get this appraised? I guess there was only like 1,000 of them made. And he was like, yeah, sure. So he took it to the club and said that he got it appraised. And what he did is he stuck it in his locker there and then just stopped talking to his friend, just like cut him off. And he's all like, hey, I need my gun back. He's like, oh, well, I got it at the locker at work, and kept on making up stories and everything. What he did is he found out the gun was worth like 12 grand, and he sold the gun. And the gun club didn't even know about it. So, and then another thing, a couple people at work gave him money to buy like some different firearms that he said that he could have got at a really good deal, and he just took their money and jammed out and left the gun club and like moved to Vegas. But I didn't even know all of this. He told me a story that like, oh yeah, like my father passed away and the gun club wouldn't give me like a day off, so I left. Didn't tell me anything that they actually like, tried to go after him for like damages and all that stuff and theft. And then the ATF got involved because it was firearms, so. But yeah, just goes to show, man, no matter like, really can trust people and end up screwing you over sometimes. Sorry, I'm not trying to cry to everyone, but
it sucks. Bad people out there.
Yep. But Just sucks because now we got like all this extra Jeff Foxworthy tickets, the SHOT Show tickets in his name, and I can't get a refund on them. So.
Well, if he's a fool, you'll see him at SHOT, and the ATF's already there.
Well, I got his SHOT Show tickets. They all came to my address. So, yeah, that's what I thought. I'd be like, yeah, man, I'm going to get the ATF to arrest you right there. But, you know, unfortunately, all the tickets came to my house. So. But,
that's a different kind of Vegas floor show.
Yeah. I have an extra Jeff Foxworthy ticket, though, the State of the Industry ticket dinner or something like that, if anybody wants one. So, I got one, and I'll give it away to somebody. They're like $200. I originally heard that like Bill Engvall or something like that, or Eggvall or whatever his name was going to be performing, but then like he went anti-gun or something like that, and then they kicked him out.
That was around the NRA time, NRA show.
Oh, okay.
Jay Leno?
No, it was Bill Engvall at one time, and then he did.
That guy too.
Hey, does anybody know anything about Walther P-38s?
Walther P-38.
Isn't that a 9mm?
Yeah, it's a World War II German sidearm.
Nazi gun. Yeah. That's what
like,
the officers carried.
Right. Yeah, I just picked up one for like $300, and then I tried to look on the internet to see what the different stamps meant, if it like lowered or higher the value of it. Because I'm starting like a whole World War II thing, like whole Axis and Allies collecting like memorabilia like rifles and pistols and all that stuff. I don't know, kind of tired of modern guns, so to speak. But I'll gladly take one. But it's something, getting to something new. Then I'm gonna start like collecting Civil War stuff if I can. But so, anyways, I have this this P-38, and I've heard so many different things, like, oh, that's an officer's gun, oh, that's a capture gun, oh, it's a GI import, oh, it's a gun that was made here, and nobody really can tell me anything about it. So.
Well, I know my grandfather got one straight from an officer that he captured.
Yeah, let me grab it.
So in essence, that's two parts of what he just said, in that it was a Nazi gun and it was a capture gun. Yeah. Right?
Well, when they surrendered, they handed the U.S. soldier that captured them over.
Yeah, you would think so, because you're not going to allow the prisoners to maintain their firearms, right?
Yeah. Right. So here it is. It's in pretty, like, I mean, for being an oldie, it's in pretty good shape. The patina's kind of, good on the grips. I can think it's Bakelite. And then it says 2331G AC44, whatever that means. So
maybe it was made in 44.
And then it has like an import stamp right here that says PW Arms, Redmond, Washington, Waffen, Abrick, Germany, 9mm. But then it has like the two, what they call like Waffen stamps or something like that. I don't know, it's kind of hard to see, but I don't know.
Well, it was probably made at the Waffen factory, right? You would think.
Yeah, I don't know too much about them, but I mean it's a pretty sound little pistol. I mean.
And then like, was it imported like in the 70s or 80s at that place in Washington?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to track down somebody who can appraise these things. But
can you search like Walther P-38s, and then try and, like, because you know how you can track like a M1 Garand kind of by the serial number to see when it was made, because they kind of have that in a database already. I don't know if they have the same thing for that Walther.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I looked and tried to tap in the serial number, and I haven't gotten anything so far. So probably what I'm going to do is when society opens up tomorrow, everything was closed, I'm going to go and take it to my gun shop, and there's a guy who like deals in World War II stuff, and see what he thinks. but I don't think it's a replica. I mean, it's pretty dinged up, but it's in okay condition. And when I was talking to a couple of people, they said that when you look at the stamps on the side, if they're like replicas, they're gonna be even stamped. And this one, how it's done is they use like a die, and then they just like it's got a lot of imperfections in it. So that would lead me to believe, not being an expert, but that it's actually the real deal. So I don't think they're rare, but I don't think they're like common. I mean, I've never seen one. So I remember like the first time I wanted one of these, I saw Indiana Jones, and when he shot through like the 10 dudes on the tank, and then he's all like, "Whoa!" So pretty cool. But you know what's cool about these though is you see like a lot of stuff that's being used now today in this pistol, kind of like the Beretta, and you have like the drop hammer safety. So it was kind of ahead of its time for that era. Good old German manufacturing.
I know I've seen one locally for it was around $800. That was a couple years ago. So there's probably different levels of.
Oh, guaranteed. And most of them are going to be what, Curio and Relic by now? CNR, right?
I guess.
Or is that not old enough?
I'm not sure.
I was gonna say, doesn't it have to be like cap and ball type stuff?
Not necessarily. I think it's an amount of time has to pass for it to be Curio and Relic eligible.
Laundry's done. There was like a teacher in New Jersey who got pulled over by the police, and he had like a Flintock pistol or something like that, and they got him for like possession of a firearm without a concealed weapons permit or something, and I was like, "Are you serious?"
Yeah, he got screwed on that, but I think he ended up beating it in the end.
Oh, good. That was crap. Like the guys
he had like it was either an Indiegogo page or something like that in order to help with the legal fees and stuff like that, and I think he did okay, and I'm pretty sure he beat that.
I think Chris Christie gave him a pardon or something.
I doubt that, but you never know. That just doesn't seem like something that Mr. Christie would do.
Well, there was this one guy who was a security, or I think he was a security guard or something, or armored car transport guard, and he had his duty weapon in the backseat of his car, and he was in the process of going through like his final like oral board for the police department for the Stadies, and he got pulled over for something, and I think it was like a minor infraction, like I think he like I don't know rolled the stop or something, and the guy was like, hey, just want to let you know that like I have my service weapon in the back, and the officer was like, oh, are you a police officer? He's like, no, I'm an armored car transport. And he's all like, do you have a concealed weapons permit? He's like, no, I don't. And he's like, but I just came from work. I forgot to throw it in my trunk because all my uniform stuff is in the back. And he's all like, oh, well, I have to take it from you now. It's a misdemeanor and all that stuff. And so I guess they charged him with like felony possession of a firearm and all kinds of crap. And then he was like, look, man, like I'm a good guy here. Like I'm going through the police department stuff right now to get hired. And then they totally just like, threw the book at him. But then Christie gave him a pardon and dismissed it.
Wow.
Because even he thought that was a burden. Yeah, right? That's crap, man. Like
you'd think someone who's literally going through the fucking process of becoming a cop would get a break on that.
You would think, but I mean, places like New Jersey, that would be like, well, actually, I had a buddy in California that was going through like his final interview to get hired by a police department, and he had a, I think he had a Glock magazine on him, and he did a rolling stop, and he had like his stuff in the back trunk and everything, and then like when pulled over in California, you have to tell the cop that you have guns on you if you do, and he's like, hey, just let you know, I just came back from shooting. I have, my gun in the trunk, my magazine's in the back seat. So the cop looked in the back seat and saw that he had 17-round magazines for his Glock, and he he freaking busted him for that, so it totally killed his whole police career. But that's just funny though. Like it would have been a month later, he would have been legally allowed to carry a 17-round magazine in California.
So it sounds like the moral of the story on both accounts is don't do a rolling stop if you have a firearm in the car.
Right?
That's what it sounds like. You know, I could be wrong. I'm wrong every fucking day.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man. I just got the link.
Yeah, it's from Robbie.
That Robbie, he's pretty resourceful.
Oh, wow.
Is that, when he gets banned from being a police officer, like in California, is that statewide or is that nationwide?
It shows up on his background packet, because when you apply for a job in law enforcement, this is what happens. When you start making up your own background, when you go through your preliminary, your orals and stuff like that, the academy, your phase 1, phase 2, they put it in all your background packet. So whatever you put in your original packet goes and transfers into, like, if you were, say, like I was a police officer in California and then I applied for like a department in New York City, they could poach from that background packet or ask for information, because the second you open up a packet, it stays with you forever.
And is that a mandatory ban, or is that just like they see it and it gives them grounds to deny you?
It's not going to help. I mean, I don't know. It depends what department it is, though. Like, in New Jersey, probably it went against them. And, like, in the Midwest, they'd probably be like, what kind of gun was it? So, it depends on the department. I know California police departments are very, very strict. There was a guy who got a speeding ticket and they wouldn't let him into the police department. They even look at your credit. Like if you have like one missed like Best Buy card payment, then they won't let you in.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, really, they're looking to see at your finances. Like, are you going to be a risk because you're super deep in debt, kind of a thing.
Like easy
it's
to
more
buy?
that. Excuse me?
Like easy to buy or something? Like why would they even?
No, because like think about it. If you're $5 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand in debt or whatever, and you're about to become a law enforcement officer, that you might they're of the mindset that you might potentially utilize your new position in an improper way, potentially. Yeah. I'm not saying it gets you not hired. I know that it is something that they take into account.
Right.
So I had my buddy who somehow he was a cop in Mansfield. He tried to go over to New Orleans after Katrina and get a job there, and they put him through oral arguments, and they're looking at his jacket, and they're like, says here you were accused of forgery. And he says, so? And they're like,
oh, shit.
What type of comment do you have about that? He goes, BS. I didn't forge anything.
Oh.
He's like, you just said I was accused of something. He didn't say I was convicted of it. You know, and like they had this back and forth, rumble back and forth. And he's an ex-Marine. He ticked the guy off so much, the guy threw his pen at him, and he caught it in midair, and he stuck it in his pocket. He goes, give me my pen back. And he goes, what? This is my pen. And they're like,
that is incredible.
They go, what do you mean? He goes, possession is 9/10 of the law. Is your name on this?
So clearly they didn't hire him, correct?
No, he didn't get hired. Some other things happened, and he didn't get hired on there, which is probably a good thing. He better stay in Mansfield than work that cesspool of a department. I mean, sorry, anyone who's a New Orleans cop, you might not be corrupt, but more than likely you are. I mean, it's just not a good department. A lot of corruption.
And you're definitely working in a rough area.
No, it's just the state. The state generates it, you know. They're politicians. They're notoriously dirty. The judges are dirty and in people's pockets. It's of all the states in the South, it's like the biggest good old boy state. They got gambling. They got New Orleans. They got lax laws. And what it comes down to is, you know, just basically The people who go into the police and into political structure, the ones who do well, are the ones who are corrupt as shit. You know, I mean, they're a good old boy society. They don't, you know, if the
That
feds
makes
come,
me feel good about my prospects.
yeah, if the feds come down and want to investigate, they all back each other up. You know, it's just a country club.
Right.
What are you going to do? Not live there or work there? I mean, it's like the company I worked for wanted to go in there. Well, Wachovia already was in Louisiana. They didn't want my bank in there, my big national bank in their state, and we weren't willing to pay politicians off to get in. We weren't able to, you know, line their pockets. They had no motivation. Wachovia was already in bed with them. Why would they let someone else in if they weren't willing to pay them off the right amount?
Right. If you
And
got
my
a corner
company
on the
doesn't
market.
do that. We're a national bank, you know.
Hey Nathan, what was the barrel length on that 44 you used to have, or you still might have?
My Smith & Wesson.
Was it a 29 or a 629 or a?
629 with, I believe, a 5 or a 4-inch barrel. You SOB. Now I gotta go. Hold on. A ruler. I'll be right back.
Canadian down.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
I imagine Louisiana politicians as like a little heavy set, really sweaty, constantly wiping their brow with a hanky,
With a white linen suit.
with their handkerchief.
I'm just a small town pizza lawyer, and I find it to be totally legal. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Anybody ever watch Easy Rider?
Okay, this is a 4-inch.
Yeah.
4-inch
right.
barrel 629.
Now, you're not a small person.
No.
Do you just go 44 special through it? Do you take it out the range for fun, or is it mostly just to keep from getting rusty?
I take it out to the range and I shoot. I load my own loads into it, which are very comparable to the factory loads. Like I carry these like solid copper Hog Hunter factory loads because the main purpose of the gun is taking out to my lease where there's hogs. So why not carry a bullet with a hog on the box? That's not out of the ordinary.
Okay.
You know, so if I ever had to defend myself with it, and they're like, "Why were you shooting this crazy ammunition?" I was like, "Well, that was the box at Cabela's that had the wild pig on it, and that's why I carried the gun. And I'm sorry that this other guy, you know, ended up catching one because he was a bad guy." So you know, I mean, they could. The reason I bought these loads is because they do work on hogs well, because they're kind of designed for it and stuff. But anyway, I haven't actually gotten to shoot a hog with one yet, though, so I'm looking forward to that. But again, this is, you know, I had the Taurus with the ports on it that had the lightweight frame, and that thing was just effective and deafening. This thing, I can take it and fire a shot with no ear protection, and my ears don't ring on the first shot. If I fire repeatedly, though, they will. But so the decibel level's not that bad.
Wow.
It's shooting the energy out the front, not shooting some out the top through ports back at me. But no, it's a really nice gun. I like it a lot. And I've never shot 44 specials through it. I've only shot 44 mags, 240 grain typically are what I fire. And I actually played with the powder loads to get it where it was just, you know, to the point of highly annoying, which is I can drop about 18 rounds at the range and then I don't want to do it anymore.
And then you're good. Okay, so 3 cylinders
After
basically.
18 rounds, I'm like, I've had enough.
I'm good.
My
right.
hand hurts enough. I'll stop. But you know, like today, I went out to the range with my brother. He has a new Glock 19, one of the Gen 4s, black on top, coyote tan on the bottom. Very nice gun. For his first pistol, actually. His wife had one that her dad gave her, but she got him this for his Christmas present.
Sweet.
So we went out there and he shot it, and I took my SIG 2022-9, my M&P 40, and my 3-inch Kimber 45. And I shot all the guns, and then I loaded all 3 of them up with 5 rounds in them, put a target out, picked up one, boom, 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 picked up the 40, boom, 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 picked up the 45, boom, 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 boom. And I could shoot all 3 at the same rate of speed.
You made the video?
Yeah, that's the design, yes. And that's design.
What kind of porn is happening over there?
I was gonna say, get down with your bad self.
Mute yourself when you look at porn.
I think this is my new theme music. I'm just going to run this all the time when I'm doing stuff.
Nice. Get you in a rhythm.
Let me go weigh this 44 mag to let you know how much it weighs.
You know, it almost sounds like the theme to Knight Rider, right, G-Webs? You know that.
A little better now.
Like Crockett and Dubs, like following somebody down a dark alley at night.
There you go.
That's what it sounds like to me.
So it could have been on Beverly Hills Cop or something like that, in transition music. Not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Oh, I thought it was a loop.
Banana in the tailpipe.
That was such a funny movie. You've been hanging out with this guy too long, man. You need more soul in your voice.
Yeah, that's back when Eddie Murphy was still funny.
Yeah, it seems like whenever comedians like that start to do kid movies, they lose, like they make a deal with the devil or something like that.
Well, he kind of did, because he did get busted for beating up that tranny hooker.
Is that what it was?
That was part of it.
So he beat up the tranny.
Well, I think he might have asked for his money back because it was a fraudulent advertisement, so to speak.
It's like, hey man, give me money.
And yes, DF2 dot, Eddie Murphy used to be really funny. To answer your question, Eddie Murphy was funny.
Oh,
Fuck yeah.
Hey, Moon.
Raw, Delirious, freaking yo.
Eddie Murphy was one of the best stand-ups back in the day before he went all Dr. Dolittle and started just making Disney films and went all clean cut.
Delirious and
Raw.
They were the best. Best of Saturday Night Live with Eddie Murphy.
Oh yeah.
I grew up on that.
So, I was gonna say, whoever was asking, was it Moon or Island about the 44?
That's me.
I put the cartridges in it and weighed it, and it's exactly 3 pounds.
Wow. So what is that? 48 ounces?
Whatever 16 times 3 is. It was 2 pounds, 15.5 ounces. So it's just easier to say 3 pounds.
Right.
So,
I went
so
to
loaded
public
is.
school. Sometimes I always wonder about my math skills. That sounds like a Sugar Ray song almost.
48 ounces, you're right. I think it's 42 or 43 unloaded. So it's a 3 pound gun. I mean, it's a hefty hunk of metal. I mean, you don't want it to be lighter. I mean, I had a 2 pound version of that with the ports. It still was uncomfortable to shoot.
Well, but for what your planned usage is, taking it when you go to your lease and all that kind of stuff, that to me sounds like you're already going to have, it's for a specific purpose. It's not like it's going to be an everyday carry for you. Really, it's just supposed to be sizable enough to be able to put the hog down, or if there's multiple hogs. It sounds like it's got a good job to perform.
So it is my self-defense from hogs, and the reason I say that is when I go out there, I carry it when I bow hunt, I carry it when I have my rifle. A lot of times, if it's in the dark, I'll have my rifle slung over my shoulder with my pack, and I built a rig I can wear it on the outside of my gear, and I have more than once come across an ornery male pig that growled at me that I'm sitting there pulling that gun out with a flashlight, just waiting for it to show itself and charge me. So again, I have shot pigs with 45 ACP shooting Federal Hydroshocks. Took 5 shots broadside to kill the pig.
Wow.
I got a friend of mine who went after a wounded pig, and he was using a .45 long Colt revolver. And he said that he was a former Marine. And he worked at my gun range, so I've seen him shoot. He's a great shot. I mean, because he works at a gun range as a Marine. Young kid, probably about 24. But he had a pig charge him, and he said he shot it, and he saw the flesh pop off its head, shot it again, saw more flesh, and on the 4th shot, it had closed enough that the angle hit the skull and went through and made it crash, and it nearly reached his feet. And he said after that, I've never went hog hunting with a 45 long Colt. He says I'm only going to go 44 or 454 Casull because it was bouncing off the skull. And a 45 long Colt's pretty much like a 45 ACP.
It's got a little more. It's got a little more gas to it, though, doesn't it? The 45 long Colt.
Maybe, I don't know.
I just remember when I got a chance to shoot one at the range, it definitely had a little more. Well, I guess it would have a little more pop to it because it's not like it's got a slide taking up some of the kick or anything like that. But it was definitely. It had some power.
Here's the thing: is what we all typically shoot when we go to the range is something between about 400 and 450 foot-pounds of energy when we discharge the gun. That's all your 9s, all your 40s, and all your 45 ACPs. They're all between about 390 to 450 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle. A 44 mag is about 800 foot-pounds of energy.
Well, that's a sizable difference.
Yeah, I mean it's a significant power level rise. I mean if you go and look at the bullets the manufacturers make and look at don't look at the velocity and the weight of the bullet. Look at the foot-pounds of energy. That's the energy being sent because again momentum is mass times velocity squared. So because velocity is a squared dynamic of power, basically of momentum, making something go from 800 feet a second to 1,000 feet a second could very well be double the energy level just to get it to speed up that small amount because it's a squared condition. So we're limited with our pistols of how fast we can get the bullets moving without making the bullets incredibly lightweight. And again, that's one of the things that's funny about those all copper ones, the USMC bullets, like in 9 and stuff. They drop the weight from 115 grains. They drop it down to what, like 45 or 50 grains, so half. But here's the other thing is when you drop the weight of a bullet down, you can increase the power level behind it. The heavier the bullet, the more you have to have a slow-burning powder that will not build the pressure too quickly. If you lighten the bullet up, you can put more powder charge behind it that's faster burning and will get it to higher velocity. So that's another thing about ballistics a lot of people don't understand is making something light go extremely fast is easier than making something heavy sent with the same amount of energy, even going slower because it could blow the barrel apart.
Right, it'd destroy it, yep.
Yeah, so your foot-pounds of energy can actually be much higher with lighter rounds than they are with heavier rounds. And look at the bullets. If you look at 45s, look at the 185 grain and look at the 230 grain and look at the foot-pounds of energy, and the 185s typically have more energy behind them. I mean, as far as,
those 185s, you're going to be able to break over 1,000 feet per second as opposed to that 800 something that you're normally going to get with that 230.
Oh, as far as velocity is concerned, yeah. But the lighter the bullet in any caliber, the more power you can put behind it because the gas pressure won't build as badly behind a lightweight one. Because, again, getting that initial inch or 2 or 3 inches down the barrel is where the most resistance is. Okay, so the lighter it is, the easier it is to put more power behind it. So that's why when he was doing those tests with those 9mm, he was punching straight through those bulletproof vests. Bring him here. He was punching straight through those bulletproof vests, and the reason he was is those bulletproof vests are only designed to stop something going 1,600 feet per second maximum. So as soon as you exceed 1,600 feet, which is what a light 357 will fire, it goes right through because it doesn't stop size or weight. It stops things of all velocity that are lower than 1,600 feet per second.
You think, now, would you suggest that if you had a 357 instead of the 44 that you have a pretty jacked up hunting round, or do you think, like a Full Metal Jacket or a soft point or something like that would still be able to do it reasonably and not take like 5 rounds like the 45 ACP? It's cool. Don't worry.
I had a quick question. So we just came back from Sedona, and we were doing a little hiking back there. I've never shot anything. Like I don't hunt. Like I'm not against it or anything. It's not me. But if I were to carry something out there to protect myself from, say, like creatures, like I own a 44 Desert Eagle. I mean, like, should I have taken that? Because all I had was my Glock 19, my carry gun.
As long as it doesn't jam.
Yeah. So pretty much like my Glock 19 is useless to any sort of like wildlife.
No, it will have an effect. It just might not have the desired effect in the amount of time that you have, so to speak.
Yeah, like a mountain lion, you might put a couple in it and it'll maul you like halfway before it dies.
But let me put it this way. Even against a 50-cent beast, it takes more than 9 9mm rounds to kill it. Just saying. I think they were shooting solids into him too.
Yeah, I think they were going through.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to say is I personally, on the pig I shot, after I had broken its back, so I was just trying to finish it off. And I shot it 5 times with 45 self-defense rounds. And I shot it the first time, and it went, I shot it again. It just kept like being like I was poking it with a stick. It was mad at me. And I've seen videos where people are chased by wild pigs shooting with 45s, and it takes like 5 or 6 shots.
I've seen videos. There you go.
You go.
No, you go.
Oh, I was just going to say, I've also seen videos kind of like what Nathan's talking about, and it was like Revenge of the Hog or something like that, and it's literally like 5 to 7 minutes of either the shot being errant or them walking up and getting charged or getting treed or trying to unload their anemic caliber into it and it not really affecting the bore in such a way as to stop it. And then, usually there's always the pictures of where somebody got gored or tore up or, you get tusked and you ain't gonna like it.
Well, what I was going to say is you have to understand certain differences between the human body and bodies of certain creatures. Again, herbivores aren't that tough. They may be big, but they're not the toughest creatures around. The fact that I've seen videos of a 200-pound mountain lion taking down a 700-pound elk and killing it goes to show just how powerful those little creatures are. So what you have is or boars or mountain lions or grizzly bears or brown bears. What you have an animal in that is you have an animal that has 3 times the muscle density that a human being has. 3 times stronger. Same with a chimpanzee. Their muscles are 3 times stronger per pound than ours are, which means they're tougher to go through. Their skin, the human skin is far tougher than muscle to tear through. Even animals, their skin is far more difficult to punch through. And then on top of that, because they have these strong muscles, guess what has to be under the muscles so that it can withstand the strength? The bones have to be thicker and stronger to work with the muscles. So basically, when you shoot them with something designed to kill a human, you're hitting something with a lot more muscle and bone density and you need more power behind your shots to go through, because I can take a 45 and punch a hole straight through someone's forehead any time of the day. But if I'm shooting a pig and it's at an angle, it'll deflect and bounce right off. So, I mean, take it for what it is. Animals are tougher than people. Wild pigs are tougher than people. Mountain lions are tougher than people. And bears are tougher than people. So if you're going to hunt any of those things or be in their country, you can't use your human self-defense rounds on them. You have to take it to the next level.
Well, what about 10 millimeter? Have you seen anybody take them down with a 10 millimeter?
Yeah, 10 millimeter has enough foot-pounds of energy behind it, because now you're getting up into 357, light 357 Magnum power. So a 357, a 10 millimeter, a 44 Magnum, those are all very effective on things smaller than grizzly bears. That would work on a black bear, a pig, or a mountain lion.
So that's good. 10 millimeter Glock, Brandon.
10 millimeter Glock is the poor man's hog gun. Yeah, not the poor man's, but it's the lowest level I would carry is 10 millimeter.
Get you the brand new 40, the Model 40, long slide, optics ready.
10 milli.
And again, they also have down at my gun store, they have it's called a 1006. It's a Smith & Wesson. Awesome looking gun. Looks like the gun from The Shield. And I have a couple of 4506s, and I was thinking about picking it up, but I really didn't have a reason to pick up a 10 millimeter. So maybe now I do.
They're pretty rare.
Huh?
They're pretty hard to find, so.
You certainly be able to get your money back out of it.
Yeah.
It's a good looking gun.
I remember that was like Ebomi's Holy Grail gun a few years ago.
Who?
One of the YouTube channel guys.
Brandon, what state are you in?
Arizona.
Okay, yeah. So when you go out hiking, you're worried about brown bears and wild mountain lions, right?
Yeah, mountain lions, and also we got a bunch of coyotes and stuff now. Like down the street from me, I was walking my dog, and there was like a pack of like 7 of them out there when I was getting the mail.
Coyotes aren't as tough as hogs or mountain lions. They're pretty easy to take down. Still, if you're taking on 7, I would suggest a 10 millimeter over a 9.
Right. I mean, like I always just carry my Glock 19 with an 18-round mag with like the buffer, but
just like Governor Perry in Texas. Yeehaw! That's what he shot. That's what he shot a coyote with while he's walking his dog. Was a Glock 19.
Really?
Yes.
You know what's funny here though in Arizona? That if after you discharge a firearm, if you say that it was to protect your dog, like it's the same as just discharging a firearm into the air. But if you say that you discharge your firearm within city limits to protect yourself, then it's okay. Then you're golden.
You know what also helps? If you're the governor of that state and you know the guy who's the attorney general.
What's up?
Then nobody gives you crap.
No.
I don't know if he did it when he was governor. He was at least high up there, though. He had connections.
The governor.
Boo.
You scared us.
No, not at all.
There was this story that just came out to where there is this couple that were vacationing in Canada, and they, there was like a bed and breakfast type cabin, and the gentleman that owned the cabin was outside like with his dog, and then a bear came up. It was a grizzly bear, and then so the man and his dog like ran inside one of the cabins. The bear busted through the cabin and was like chasing them through the living room, and then they left, and then the couple that were renting the cabin next to them saw this, so they decided to try to get out, but instead of going in one car, they got into separate cars. So the grizzly bear broke through the wife's car, and she tried to make it to her husband's car, and the bear got her in like mid-transition, grabbed her, and ran off into the wilderness with her, into the forest. So the husband and the landlord guy who had the cabins went after the the bear, and they tracked it down. The woman was being mauled, just I'm sure you guys have seen stuff, but and the renter guy, the landlord, ran back to get more ammunition. So I'm pretty sure they had shotguns or something. And so then I guess the husband was still unloading, and the wife died, and they killed the bear finally. But a year later, the autopsy report came out, and it was the husband's bullet that killed the wife. But like, she would have died anyways, but the cause of death, they ruled it was a bullet to the head. So
yeah, it probably didn't mean to hit her, but when you shoot the bear and you're just off a couple inches because you're excited, or the bullet bounces off the bear's jaw and hits her on the head. I mean, anything could happen.
yeah. So, and then I was like, and I was reading more. I was like, well, how come they didn't tell him this, at the beginning of the investigation after the autopsy report? But they said that it was a lot for the guy to to take in after all this, and they just didn't want like one more, nail in the coffin, so to speak. So it's like, yeah, I could see that, but damn, that sucks. Like, and that's just another case of like, being prepared for something like that, because they were just outside, enjoying the outdoors and, the forest, and then out of nowhere this grizzly bear comes and destroys their vacation and kills a chick. But then again, you are in their territory. They were there first.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I went to Yellowstone, I had a bottle of bear pepper spray, and I had a .44 Magnum. I didn't want to use the .44 because it's funny because they make books on bear attacks, and there are many a story where people shoot the bear and the bear kills them. But I'm serious. But of all the stories where somebody pepper sprays the bear, they may get mauled, but almost they never die. After pepper spraying the bear and playing dead, the bear has like burning eyeballs and all that pepper in his mouth, and he loses interest very quickly and leaves. So you may get mauled if you pepper spray a bear, but I think shooting the bear, you got a 50-50 shot of surviving that experience from the reports I've read of hunters shooting bears.
Use Greek tips.
So it usually happens like pretty much like out of nowhere. You'll be hiking and then you turn a corner and then bam, like there's a bear, right? I mean, like, I don't know, I've never encountered one, but like, how does it usually go down?
Or if you're hunting and you get a kill and you're gutting the animal and the bears have learned to come get the gut pile, and then you find yourself fighting over the kill with the bear. One story, this guy had a .357. The bear came at him. He had the gun pointed out. The gun went into the bear's mouth with part of his hand, and he shot right down the bear's throat. And he proceeded to get knocked down, and the gun got knocked down. He gets the gun again, shoots a couple times at the bear leaves. Never found the bear. Bear just ate a bullet.
Nah, that's no way to do it, because that's just going to go right out the bear's butt. It doesn't even hurt the bear.
It's like when you do one ear and out the other, like in Looney Tunes.
Right.
Yeah. See, bad shot placement.
Yeah, you should have just thrown him a picnic basket and ran off.
Or said, hey, you can have that deer.
A lot of times you'll be out in the outdoors, and then the bears will come around and like, hey, can we borrow some money or something? Can we borrow some cab fare back into town? And then as soon as you're like, hey, I don't have any money, why don't you be on your way? Then a couple more bears come out from around trees. Before you know it, knocked down.
Now, we're talking about like the animal bears, not just the big burly homosexual men, right?
The bear asks you for a Newport, you know it's over.
Oh, that's the worst bear of all. But bears are like homeless people. Let's think about it.
What size boots you got?
They break into your cars. They hang out and eat food out of dumps. They go through your garbage.
Yeah,
I mean, bears are the homeless people of the animal kingdom.
Nice trick. That kind of talk about bears.
Bear lives matter. I had a friend who was hiking in Yellowstone, and she got messed up by a bear. Like she was out with like her friends, and they were drinking and all that shit, and starts off like a horror movie, and they were camping, and they left a bunch of food out, and she went outside to go put it away, but it had already been out, like, you know, through into the like early hours of the morning, and like a bear was just sitting there like freaking snacking away, and she tried to like wave her arms up and down and scare it, and you know, she started throwing stuff at it, and the bear came and just kind of just whooped her ass. So she's okay, but she's got like a gnarly scar right here. That's like the only thing I'm pretty much scared of, man. It's like wolves and bears. Like since I was a kid, like I freaking, my grandfather used to own some property out in Somas, California, and we'd always hear like, you know, wolves howling and stuff like that. Scared the crap out of me.
I heard that you just have to like build a ring of fire around you, and the wolves won't get you.
Well, that was what was that movie? The Gray.
Yeah.
Or even The Edge, where they kept the bear away with the Ring of Fire.
Yeah.
That's right.
All kinds of Ring of Fire movies with wolves. And I was raised by wolves anyway, so
Nice.
I talked to lady butts and wolves. They howl at the moon.
Yeah, you know what? The movie The Gray, they did everything wrong they possibly could in that movie. A, you don't try to walk out of that type of an area. You wait for the survival teams to find where your plane went down. The further you get away, the less likely they are to find you. I understand the need to go and find shelter, so if you left the planes and just went to the closest wooded area, but then you make a camp. You make a signal fire. You also make some type of defenses against the wolves that have eaten 3 or 4 people. You don't just keep trying to outrun wolves, because guess what? You're not going to stay ahead of them. They're wolves.
Yeah, and then like the other thing too, they kept on going deeper and deeper into the forest, and you know, like they yeah, exactly. But I don't know, man. I don't know what I would have done in that situation, but Liam Neeson.
I'll tell you what I would have done as a Cub Scout leader who's read a book about survival. What you do is you find some shelter. If you have some knives and stuff, you cut down some pieces of wood. You build a shelter defense thing. You get some good fire started first, though. Then you cut down some trees. You get some fire-hardened wood tip spears, and then you proceed to just build yourself a little like fenced-in area to start with, and then build that into a shelter out of the wood. And then when the wolves come to eat you, you got a barrier, and you got pointy sticks. You got defenses. But as long as you're weaponless and running away from them, you're always going to lose.
Right.
Why not just climb a tree? It's a wolf.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, is you find a defensible position from the wolves. You find it where it's easier to build the palisade in front of you and defend it with your back to a cliff or something near a water source so you can get water. And then you proceed to, also, from the wreckage, you would probably have some rope or something, set up some snare traps.
Silver bullets. Silver bullets.
No, we're talking about wolves, not werewolves.
Okay, but you know what you don't do? You don't run away till you totally exhaust yourself, and then take some electrical tape and put some liquor bottles you've broken on your fists and go all Irish boxer on them. That does not work against wolves.
Did he die at the end of that movie? Like, was it?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And here's
he took on a pack of wolves with glass knuckles.
You're telling me. Sorry, I was gonna say, you're telling me that you shouldn't just run away from wolves that are designed to run their prey down until they're exhausted and then eat them. You're telling me not to try and outrun them?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because that, I mean, that works for elk, but I can't keep up with an elk. Outside of that, it doesn't make any sense to try to outrun wolves.
And I don't think it works for an elk very well either, because that's the whole thing with the wolves. They can kind of trot for, like a week straight. They just keep you going no matter what.
No, do you know what
Don't
wolves?
run full out. They just can't take turns and keep you going.
Do you know what a wolf pack does to get an elk in Yellowstone when there's no snow? When they're just out in the open? They pick out one that looks older, slower, weak, and one or two wolves flushes it and chases it and will run it in the direction where the other 2 or 3 wolves are hiding, who then pick up the chase, who are fresh, and they wear the thing out and run it down that way. They actually kind of herd it into their buddies, who then take over the chase and are able to chase it down. They can't catch it straight out, but they can run it down a long ways and harry it until they get the fresh wolves to pick up the chase. That's how they do it.
That's scary.
Yeah, and then and the ones that start it kind of break off and like can go off at an angle, just kind of saving energy. And the ones that are chasing, like the second 2, will try and herd it back around. So now the elk's gone even further than the first 2 again. Then those ones take over again.
Yeah. If the second group doesn't intercept and catch, they will push it, and the other ones will angle. They'll have a pre-made out plan somehow, and they'll angle it to where the other ones who've kind of trotted to rest up can then take up full speed chase again, and they just wear it down using teamwork.
That is absolutely terrifying. I am never going to go hiking again.
Well, here's the thing: is wolves don't view human beings typically as food, and bears don't either. All the bear attacks typically occur because bears have got too comfortable around humans eating food and being fed by humans, and they begin to go, oh, humans equal food. And, oh, not just the food given to us, they look tasty. So those are bears that they have to get rid of. Once they become too used to humans, they have to get rid of those.
Well, either that or someone walked between mama bear and baby bear, and they don't realize it or something.
So getting between a mother and her cub, getting between a mother and her cubs is a situation where when the bear attacks, you play dead, because mama bear's only intention is to eliminate the threat to her cubs. As soon as you play dead and she backs off, she'll look right at you, and as long as you don't look up and make eye contact, she will leave a minute or 2 later. If you look at her, she'll reattack you, and then she'll back off, because she's not trying to kill you. She's not trying to actually physically kill you. She's trying to immobilize you. And so as long as you don't make eye contact, because I've read stories in these bear attack books where every time they look back up at the bear attacks them again. It's always the eye contact that initiates the second and third attack. So again, you play dead till you're pretty sure the bear's really gone. You've got to hear it leave. It backs off and stares at you.
When I walk around the town, I always look down. I don't like looking at anyone's eyes. I'm scared they'll attack me.
I'm going to be affected by something. I'm going to look right.
That's different.
What, G-Webs?
Yeah, you broke up, G-Webs.
I'm not going to be disrespected by some bear. I'm going to look him right in the eyes.
Well, if you're looking at a bear right in the eyes, you better have a high enough caliber and be looking at them like this. But there's another situation with bears, is if you come upon a bear on their one of their kills, then you'll get attacked a lot of times. So the situations you want to avoid is getting between a mama bear and a cub, or getting too close to a bear's kill by accident and having the bear attack to defend his kill. Both situations, though, the bear is only attacking to defend a cub or its food source, so playing dead and having the bear, then you got to lay there and play dead 10 minutes at least to make sure the bear's left, and then you go the other direction as fast as you can. Now, there's another situation that occurs occasionally, and this is when bears are either old, starving, or they become too familiar with humans, and that's where they become predatory towards humans. They view us as a food source. That situation, playing dead, doesn't work. I mean, if you're in a campsite and a bear is circling you and growling, and being offensive, that's a big problem. That bear needs to be pepper sprayed and driven off, or shot and killed. Because when they become predatory towards humans, that's when they come in and kill them. So like the grizzly guy who got eaten up there, he was around grizzlies he hung around and did everything wrong around grizzlies for 7 freaking years, 7 seasons in the summer with those grizzlies. He did everything humanly possible you were not supposed to do around grizzly bears, and they put up with him. And the one that killed him was the one that was emaciated and starving before his winter sleep. It was a desperate bear, and so it ate him and his girlfriend.
No, I didn't hear about that. What happened?
Have you ever watched Grizzly Man, the movie?
No.
Okay, this guy, he used to go up into Alaska and hang out with the Kodiaks. And he ate in his tent. You're not supposed to do that. He approached the Kodiaks. You know, they would growl at him. He'd be like, "You don't be naughty." He wore sunglasses so they couldn't see his eyes, but he would look right at them. But because he's wearing sunglasses, they didn't see his eyes, so they weren't sure he was looking at them or something. I don't know. But these Kodiaks put up with him. He did this 7.
Sound like a hot chick at the beach?
I get it. But he was really nuts. It's a very fascinating movie watching his home videos that he made, because it's a movie compiled of this guy's home videos over 7 years, and he was like around them all the time. He named them, he talked to them. Just he was a nutcase, and they didn't ever attack or eat him. And what you didn't know is he never showed the fact that in the last year when he was up there, his girlfriend was up there for that 3-month period with him, and he never showed her on camera or talked to her. It was always him just with the bears, like he was always alone. So what happens is he's up there with a video camera, and there's a bear he's never seen before, and the bear's swimming around in this river, pool, waterfall area, eating dead, rotted salmon heads and parts that other bears had left behind. And he's like, "I've never seen this." And the bear was like, it looked like the skin was hanging off its bones. It was so thin. And he's like, "This bear is really old. It's really emaciated. It's not put on the weight it needs for the upcoming winter. It's sitting here diving in a pond, eating old dead fish, not hunting new ones." And he's like, "This is a really old, ornery bear with problems." And that's the bear that ate him.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. All those other fat bears left him alone for 7 years and put up with him being within like 5 to 10 feet of them. I mean, seriously. And here's the funny thing is, the bigger a bear is, the more they'll put up with human presence. So if you have a 500-pound grizzly bear, you're more likely to be attacked by a 500-pound grizzly bear in Yellowstone than if you're fishing in Alaska and a 1,200-pound Kodiak walks by.
Huh.
You could rub their bellies.
You can't rub their belly, but
just give them your picnic basket.
A 500-pound bear.
The thing is, the Kodiaks are so huge that they see us not as a food source, and they don't see us as any possible risk to them. They just kind of put up with us fishing there, like we're some weird alien element. The 500-pound bears, with me being a guy who stands up as tall as they do, they view us about the same size in their minds. So when they see us, they view us as a potential threat to their cubs or to their food source. So if we get in the wrong place at the wrong time, they'll whip our butts.
That makes sense, because the bear that attacked that lady and her husband and killed the lady, that bear weighed at 375 pounds, and it was a grizzly. That is really thin to be a grizzly. So,
yeah, you can watch YouTube videos of people fishing in Alaska, where just these huge freaking grizzlies are sharing the river with them while they're fishing, picking up salmon, and I mean the grizzlies walk by and the people just kind of look down. They walk by.
Oh shit.
I'm not kidding you. YouTube it. It's hilarious. Just people who fish up there all the time. They're always around the grizzlies, and they know you give the grizzlies their space. You don't look directly at them when they walk by, and they're only interested in eating salmon. They're not interested in eating people. So they've got 1 million salmon in that stream that you're catching too. So you're not even really fighting over the resources. Now, if you pull a salmon out and they take your salmon,
let them have it.
Their salmon. Now.
Fuck that. Bear takes my salmon. I'm going to look that bear right in the eye and take that salmon back.
There is a good video of that where a guy runs up and kicks the bear in the balls and takes the salmon back. But, again, that wasn't real. was a pretty funny St. Paul video though for the fishing sticks.
That sounds like an awful big risk.
Isn't there?
It was a commercial. It was like a joke commercial.
Your fish.
So wasn't there?
Go ahead.
There's some YouTube video of some people. They were out like kayaking or something, and the bear was like tearing up their camp, and this lady's going like, "No, bear!
No, hold on.
That's my canoe!" Like,
that's at her house.
So this young lady. Hold on, this young girl, like 18, is in her house in Alaska, and her kayak was down by the river or pond, or river or lake, and a bear decides to come up and sniffs the kayak and decides, this is fun. I'm gonna play with this thing and rip it apart because that's what bears do for fun. And she's in the video camera going, "No, bear, naughty bear, why are you eating my kayak?" Just pleading with this bear to go away.
Yeah. And real like whiny, like, "No, that's mine."
Bear, why eat my kayak? It's a good video. Came out about 6 months ago.
Well, I'm glad I know a little more about bears now. I don't know if, oh dude, I don't know what I would see or what I would do if I saw like if I turned a corner, I saw like a big old like 500 or even like a 300-pound grizzly, I'd probably shit myself.
You're not going to find bears in the valley, you're fine.
Check out this guy I put in the side chat. He's best friends with a crocodile.
The most you'll find in your area right now, Brandon, will probably be coyotes or bobcats, and that's it.
Yeah, my girlfriend hit a bobcat the other day at work. I was like, "You murderer."
Coyotes and bobcats, that's all you're going to... Well, and vultures. That's all you'll see.
Yeah, I got no problem with coyotes. I mean, they're pretty, they're pretty scared of us, but...
Okay, what are you playing with now?
Oh, I just got done cleaning this Walther I picked up.
Ooh, which one?
The P38.
I hate you. I want one of those.
Apparently, there's a lot of other people on Instagram now. They're like, "You're nuts."
You see how that dude is with that crocodile? That's how I would be with a polar bear or a grizzly bear. Roll around and rub its belly.
Yeah, there's longer videos of him with it somewhere. But yeah, he's probably gonna get eaten by it one day. I think those kind of friendships only last so long before you get eaten.
Well, it's like anybody who plays with wild animals, man. It's playing with fire. It's like you have those people that, like in Dubai, that keep like these big cats and stuff, and then they're wondered why they get mauled. It's like...
Yeah, there was one where they were trying to introduce these tigers into Africa, and they raised them from cubs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a pretty cool documentary. It showed like the 2 years that it took them to raise them to be able to survive in Africa. And
I think I saw that.
They got a little too attached to him, and the one guy got attacked, but it was just because, like, once they hit a certain age, I guess it's like 2, their instincts kick in, and you can't really be friends or play with them anymore.
Not to be a dick or anything like that, Moon, but tigers aren't really in Africa, so that would probably be a lion. But
no, I'm saying they took them from Asia and put them in Africa.
Tried to introduce them into Africa? Because
Yeah.
I definitely saw one where it was the guy that had like the sanctuary type place, and they started with the lion cubs, and then ended up releasing them into the wild. And literally, it's the guy that goes out there, and he's got like this cage that, like, you pick up like a Roman tortoise kind of a thing, like literally. And then the crazy motherfucker jumps or steps out of underneath the cage or whatever, and like his like 2 lions or whatever, they recognize him, and they because I mean it's a whole video and everything like that. I don't remember what it is on YouTube. I'll try and find it, but it's just like amazing because literally at first it's like he's a little apprehensive.
I know where the lion runs up and you think it's gonna maul him, but they hug.
They hug, exactly. And he also, that's the same guy that like is friends with like a couple of hyenas too, like the same guy. But yeah, that's a pretty freaking awesome video because yeah, you're wondering if he's about to die. Oh, he's about to die. Oh wait, the lion's hugging him.
Oh yeah, it was that GoPro video.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing's awesome. I was like, I showed it to my mom and I was like, look at this. She's like, oh my god, he's gonna die. Oh. And I was like, yeah, but don't. I hope everybody that watches that video, they're like, oh, they're cuddly, and then they go out there and get mauled.
Yeah, because that dude knew that lion from like birth to a year and a half or something like that, you know?
Right.
And Moon, you would agree that it's crazy to try and introduce a non-native species into like the freaking Africa, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I forget why they were doing it, and
because it was man thinking he knew best.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you know,
the WWF was doing it, not the wrestling, but the
World of Wildlife Fund.
Yeah. But here's the video of them. They're in South Africa. They're on a preserve.
On a preserve. I'm watching that right now. Thank you.
Woot.
I don't know. See, I remember seeing the thing where they're talking about how, you know, polar bears are in trouble because of global warming and they can't hunt seals and stuff as easily because there's not enough ice and all this stuff. I say just pick the polar bears up and put them down like in Antarctica and they can eat a bunch of penguins.
So in the side link I put the video in. Just some guy up Alaska fishing in a chair. Bear walks up, sits down beside him. Bear don't give a crap. He's like, hey, how's it going, guys?
I don't want to be around bears.
Yeah.
Now you know that dude completely shit himself, right?
Well, the funny thing is you can see the shotgun, the silver shotgun down that the bear's sitting by that he can't get to. So it's kind of funny. Because he was at least smart enough to take a slug gun up there, you know, a 12 gauge with slugs in it. That's what, whenever they have to put a bear down, the police will go in with 12 gauge slug guns. They, you know, semi-automatic ones, and they put down bears with those.
Oh, okay. So the shotgun's a good thing to take with you too, right?
12 gauge 1 ounce slug has a penetration power that goes through car engines. Yeah, that's what you want.
So Brandon, bring your spas.
I was gonna say, take the clever girl.
Bring the spas. Get slugs in it. You're good.
Take down raptors. We'll take down bears.
Right.
That's insane. Oh my god.
Yeah, bears are funny. I mean, I've read about them. I've watched documentaries. The bears fascinate me. I love them. I would never go and kill a bear, though. I'm a hunter, but they're too majestic.
I've only seen them in zoos, and I don't want to see them outside of zoos.
I would love to go with a camera and go photograph bears. That'd be awesome. And see, I would know what I'm doing. Don't get close, for instance. Good lens.
Yeah, I've never, like, my family, a bunch of, you know, animal lovers and stuff like that. You know, they my mom gets squeamish when she eats a chicken, so.
Hippies.
And so I don't know. Like I was raised the same way. Like I'm a total gun nut, but I'm not a hunter at all. Like I don't have any quarrels. You know, I think it's more respectful for people to go out and actually hunt their food than to go to the supermarket and get it from the slaughterhouse. But I don't know, man. Like I went hunting with my grandfather when I was a kid, and we went out deer hunting. And I totally disappointed him because I had the deer in my my crosshairs and I couldn't pull the trigger. I totally bitched out. And it was just like, oh man, like I can't shoot that thing, like, you know. So I don't know, I kind of came up with things. As long as it's not trying to hurt me, I'm not going to try to hurt it. That said, I don't care what anybody else does. It's just never been my thing.
You know what, Brandon? I totally respect you. I'm a deer hunter, and if I take my son out and we get a deer out there and he's got it in his sights and he goes, Daddy, I can't pull the trigger, I'll be like, fine. Because some people just don't have it in them. You know, some people don't want to do that. You know, again, a lot of people don't have the ability to take a human life either. Far more people can shoot a deer than can shoot a person, as far percentage-wise.
And see,
again, but it's not necessary to survive anymore to kill animals.
Yeah, and like, and see, and that's where it's different, because I've actually had to pull my gun on a bunch of human beings before. I have no quarrels about that, because the way I look at humans is that, like, you have your choices to make. You are in control of all your own actions and stuff, and you can deter what choices you make and what paths you take. To where, you know, kind of a deer out there, it's just like, who? You know, to where, like, I don't know, I feel that human beings have the choice to make right and wrong choices, and if you're coming at me, then you've made your choice. So, I don't know, I guess that's kind of how I do it. I'm far more okay with, you know, and I know it sounds terrible, but, you know, defending myself against a human than, you know, than it would be an animal. Like, after I shot if a lion was coming at me or something like that, and I had to kill the lion, like, you know, and after I did it and I looked at it, I'm like, oh man, that sucks. You know, I'm in his territory, or, you know, granted I don't plan on going to Tanzania anytime soon, but you know, I don't know.
Actually, you would not be in Africa with a gun if you were not hunting African game. So you're never going to be in that position. But I get what you're saying.
Right. But again, like,
I would be very sad if I got charged by a bear and was forced to shoot it.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, like, so you get it, but that same thing, like, people are always like, you know, you have like all these hipsters and stuff like, oh, hunting's evil. I'm like, you know what? Hunting is a lot more respectable than going to McDonald's and getting a cheeseburger, because you know how that patty ended up on your table? That is absolutely insane. And I said, I would rather.
What goes into making your hamburger is far more.
I love pink slime.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it's people's justification in their brain, because when they go down and buy meat, it's wrapped in saran wrap at the store, and they look at a price tag and stick it in their thing. You take one of those same people that'll buy beef and stuff like that, and you say, hey, come down with the Asian supermarket with me. And they're like, what the hell? Fish heads, intestines, live catfish, it stinks like fish in here? Oh my God, what is going on? It's like, this is how people in the rest of the world buy their food. This is how life really works. It's not prepackaged and nice. A lot of people have to go out and catch this stuff themselves, you know?
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah, like,
go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, you know, like, you know, like, I was with one of my friends, and she was all like, because we were looking through, like, we were at the gun show, and we were looking at, like, they had, this guy was selling, like, you know, some deer antlers and stuff like that, but then as I looked on the table, like, he had every part of that deer, like, used for something, or, you know, like, he used the hide, or he used the antlers for this, and then he ate the deer for that, and I said, you know, and, like, I explained to her, and I said, you need to tell other people this too. Like, you know, unfortunately, hunting gets a bad rap because you have, like, some idiots that do, like, trophy hunting, you know, and they just slaughter massive animals just for the hell of it. And I said, but there's people actually out there that use the animal for everything. They use it to live, you know, they find a good source of nutrition, they use it for tools. And I said, and, like, for you to, like, kind of put everybody in that same category is messed up. And I said, you know, again, like I just said, like, I have so much respect for people that go out there and hunt their prey down and hunt for their food and utilize the whole animal or parts of it, than people that just go and use, like, a pressure gun and pop a cow in the head and then package it and throw it in a slaughter. I mean, it's grotesque. Like, I saw From Farm to Fridge, and there was a documentary on how, you know, animals are killed in slaughterhouses. Dude, it is terrible. So, like, you know, there's a certain, what is it called, like a respect in hunting an animal, you know, that you don't get when you just go in, like, to the supermarket, as you said, you know. And I don't think people think about that. They're like, oh no, it's nice and prepackaged right here with a price tag on it. I can go home and, you know, cook it up. So but they don't think on how it's there.
Well, hold on. The fact that they are judgmental to our behavior, but merely let someone else do it on their behalf, do something the same, or at least probably a lot worse, because the way those animals are raised and live is not pleasant.
No, it's not.
I believe the term we're looking for are hypocrites.
Yes.
Yes, hypocritical. It's hypocritical because they sit there and go, well, I'm not a killer. I just go buy my food at the thing. It's like, no, you're the guy who has the hitman kill your food for you. You don't do it yourself. But don't say that you're high and mighty above me. And again, there's another aspect to it. We've eliminated almost all the natural predators from these deer and other herbivores. And if we do not step in and hunt them, then it causes massive other problems. You know, when the person complains about, oh, yeah, here in my liberal county, do you know how many people hit deer and die and get seriously injured? Yeah, because you're not controlling the population and keeping it balanced. We're merely replacing. In fact, in Texas, they do population estimates on each county, and they change the rules and regulations for the number you can take in each county to create a balance of their, what they call their, I forgot what it's called, their target deer population for that area. And as soon as you stop hunting deer and we don't have any wolves or anything else to eat them, they're going to grow in population. They're going to be in your yards eating your stuff. You're going to be hitting them with your cars more. That's exactly what happens down in Austin, where they're all liberal. They have all sorts of problems with the deer. It's because they're not controlling the population. Another thing is if a bad winter happens, then all the deer eat all the food, then you have a massive die-off. You have this population growth and then a massive extinction of them, and then they build, and you have this rise and fall. It's not a, you know, it's much better for us to control the population levels than to let them just go wild. And again, nature, if it doesn't have checks and balances, it gets all jacked up and causes problems for both the animals and the people.
No, that's very true, and that's like why another thing, like, you know, people, you know, they say like, oh, how could you go out and could you hunt hogs and stuff from, you know, like with a FLIR or a night scope, and it's like you have no idea, like the hogs screw up the agricultural area, like, you know, it's not like there's like 2 left in the world. They're out there breeding like rabbits, and, you know, again, while I may not be the guy to go out there and do it, I'm glad there's people that go out there and do it, and, you know, hats off to them, you know, like, but I think. And also, it's like how you're raised too, because I was raised, you know, in Los Angeles County, and, you know, like I didn't know any hunters except for my grandfather, who was raised like in Northern Cal and inland. So I think you take like a group of people that, one, probably don't even shoot, you know, more or less like even hunt, and then you kind of expose them to a world where, you know, you're shooting things and, you know, you have guns and stuff. So it's totally all foreign to them, and I don't think they understand it. But then for a lot of people, when you sit there and you actually break it down for them, like, look, this is how it's balanced now, because other people have taken out all the predators by building all these infrastructures around and invading their areas, and then they have to look elsewhere. And if you like really want to go to it, it's these whole, you know, it's a whole nother conversation to say that we have disrupted the ecosystem, and now we're trying to balance it back, you know?
No, I mean, okay, so let me introduce this. They killed all the wolves off 100 years ago, like put bounties on their heads, decimated the population down to nothing. In the past 30 years, they've decided to bring wolves back and introduce them into Yellowstone. Well, guess what? When the wolves were put back in Yellowstone, things in Yellowstone got better because the wolves balanced out the ecosystem. Because without them being there, now there are more grizzly bears there, because it's funny, wolves catch the elk and the grizzly bear steals the kills, and the wolves have to go kill another elk. So the population control of the elk and the increased number of grizzly bears has increased. The number of beavers has increased. I don't know how that's related to the wolves, but it has somehow. You know, and so the wolves were needed in Yellowstone to rebalance the population. The problem is the wolves have multiplied, because a dog litter is 6 to 8, and they've grown outside the borders. Well, now these other states are figuring out why they killed all the wolves to begin with, because wolves will go and eat sheep. Wolves will go and try to kill a cow. Wolves will go and try to kill livestock. So the entire reason that they decimated the wolf population was for human raising of livestock, because the wolves were such a pain. So
Hold on. I have to interrupt you right there because killing the wolves is what made all the fucking coyotes just spread everywhere.
True. Yeah, the coyotes took up a niche in the ecosystem that the wolves left behind, but coyotes can't take down the larger animals like the elk and stuff. So it did cause certain other problems. It causes imbalances in the natural order of things. So
Coyotes are year-round here in South Carolina.
I know. And in Texas, they're year-round too. We don't have any wolves back down here in Texas. But again, it's just one of those things where we tried to make a certain group extinct, and then it caused other groups to grow in population and other groups to diminish. So it is interesting to say what's right or wrong. I mean, who knows? Is it better to have a whole bunch of elk and a lot less wolves and bears, or is it better to have the bears and the wolves and less elk and a healthier elk herd? Who knows?
And Moon, you're right. Beavers are awesome.
Yeah, it's all about getting to the whole balance, and I think hunting plays a very
like I said,
important for the balance.
It's hard to have a balance with nature and to run a farm. You know what I mean? It's hard to have your natural balance of natural life and then have this artificial farm life that's safe. So again, there's give and take on both sides. I mean,
it was something that was done and easy to do, and was done throughout the entire history of the planet up until like a couple of decades ago. There's nothing difficult about it.
Yeah, humans have always killed off predators that attack our livestock. I mean, they've always eliminated mountain lions and wolves and other things that will attack and kill our livestock if they have the power to, of course. And so that's happened in Russia, all of Western Europe. I mean,
that's all you can claim, because other places they didn't assume that was their role or their responsibility or their obligation or their right, and they in harmony with them, and the predators didn't grow abnormally because they didn't put abnormal amounts of food in front of them, because they didn't try to do things unnaturally. So,
or they defended their food. I mean, they defended their livestock. In Texas, we let our livestock roam around in pastures with barbed wire, and we don't watch them. We check on them once a day, maybe. Whereas not too long ago, you had to have a shepherd with a shepherd stick follow the flock around to make sure it didn't get attacked by a wild animal. Once you kill off all the predators, you can just let them roam around free range.
Hey, Dano.
There's Dano.
Yeah, no, like hunting, is very, very interesting. I used to watch like hunting shows when I was a kid, Bassmasters and all that stuff, and hunting with Hank on the before the Outdoor Channel. It was like on Channel 11, like when I was like 10 years old. But I don't think I think the reason I never got into it is because I was never really exposed from it, at a young age, and then growing up, my parents had lots of animals, so I think I kind of clung to the whole oh no, I could never shoot an animal type thing. But I mean, again, it's not for me, but I have no problem with anybody else who does it. I'm not going to be that guy that's going to be like, no, it's evil. I think everything's important.
Hey, Brandon.
What's up?
You know what? We need to kidnap a vegetarian, throw him in a padded cell, and come by every day with, not feed him anything but water, and come by every day with a steak. See how long it takes.
No.
I bet it don't take more than a couple days.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right.
I actually know a vegetarian, but
I know several.
But she's not one of the pushy type, always lecturing, oh, you kill her and blah, blah, blah. So I'm totally cool. She can eat whatever the hell she wants as long as I can eat whatever the hell I want.
Yeah, you know what? I don't have a problem with a person being a vegetarian. If you're a vegetarian or you don't eat this, or you don't eat that, or you say, my God doesn't let me eat bacon, or I only want to eat vegetables, or I don't want to eat any what's it called? What is that? Gluten. Fine, good for you. I don't care. But if you come and tell me I shouldn't eat gluten, kiss my hiney.
Exactly.
Nathan, don't eat glutens.
And that goes for the whole thing, people are like, oh, well, I don't like guns. Well, that's great. Don't own one, but don't tell me that I can't own one. It's the same thing.
You know what? I don't have a problem with you not owning a gun. And I don't have a problem if you even own a gun, but you tell me that you don't think you could ever take a human life, because my wife and my brother's wives are that way. I don't have a problem with that, because I understand that. That's part of human nature. What I do have a problem with is because I own a gun and I'm willing to defend myself and you tell me I'm wrong, I do have a problem with that. Whereas you would not tell a cop that. You would not tell a cop that he couldn't use his firearm in self-defense against a criminal, but you tell me I shouldn't own one and be able to do the same thing. That's when I have a problem with you.
Well, then right, but then they go into that whole thing like, oh, well, police are trained, to shoot, and to shoot accurately. And how many conversations I've gotten in with people that are against self-defense and don't want to take responsibility for their own well-being. They're like, oh, no, we should only...
Very good answer for them when they say, well, police are trained. I look at them and go, well, I'm extremely well trained. I can outshoot most cops. I easily have gone out with guys on SWAT teams and kept up with them. They're better than me, but I haven't been left behind like a normal cop would have been.
Oh, yeah, most
even if you're not trained, though, that means you deserve to die because you're not trained?
No, it doesn't. But
if someone's in your house and you miss a bunch of times, who cares? You're not hitting bystanders anyways, so let little old grandma go ahead and self-defend,
I'm getting into it a lot now that Texas is about to become open carry, and, I talk about my leather holsters with my family and friends, and they go, oh, you going to open carry? And I went, yeah, I'm going to open carry. You know why? Because I make leather holsters, and I'm going to carry cards. And they're like, well, don't you think that gives away your advantage and puts you in danger? And I went, no, not at all. I said, you know what? There's at least half the states in this union have some form of open carry, and you never hear about any of these things people are paranoid about in this state.
You guys are the 48th state to get open carry.
Okay, but how many people have open carry of handguns? I think it's about 25 states. I'd have to look it up. But it's about half. But again, we're on the tail end of it.
Is my mic working?
What?
Is my mic working?
It is.
Somewhat. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Is it working better now?
Yeah. I got to roll 2 Night Striker, and I got to have a powwow.
Oh no.
Yeah. So how did that come about? Like Texas open carry. I think Greg Abbott signed it into law, right?
Yeah, it's 31 states, so it's the majority of states have open carry.
What's funny is you have those gun owners that are like, oh yeah, I'm a total gun owner and I believe in the Second Amendment, I'm pro-gun, but I can't stand people that open carry. And it's like, how can you really be super pro-Second Amendment if you don't believe in people exercising their rights? I understand.
Super judgmental.
Well, it's like a closet drug user. They're all for it, except you better do it in the closet, because otherwise you better be ashamed.
Well, is part of that, though, when they say they can't stand people who open carry, are they talking about the, Starbucks Rambos that, because that's different than, to me, yes, it's technically open carry, but the guys that put on a rifle for a political message are different than the people that throw their handgun on their hip and just go about their daily business. So they may be referring to those types of people that are looking for attention. And, I'd say go for it, but I can see why people wouldn't like it.
It's fairly new when it comes to activism, open carrying rifles, and that I think people think more of open carry as the guy with the gun on his hip in the supermarket than they do the Texas open carry guys. Or maybe it's 50-50.
Well, I know I know living in California for me, when open carry came to kind of a thing and people started open carrying, it was just handguns. In California, I think up north there was like some guys in a place called like Sunnyvale that did like open carry ARs and stuff, but in my county, people just, would just walk around with, unloaded handguns, and they had their fully loaded magazines on the other side. And it wasn't real common. Like, it wasn't a thing. Like, police didn't respond all crazy and everything, but our governor, outlawed it to where we couldn't even open carry, because we had open carry, but then he outlawed it.
Yeah, because it was the open carry loophole.
Mm-hmm. And then the guy who wrote the bill, Anthony Portantino, said that if you can't get a concealed weapons license in California, what makes it okay that we're going to trust you with open carrying? Because if your top law enforcement official said that you can't get a concealed weapons permit, why are we going to allow you to open carry? And then my argument would be like, dude, nobody's allowed to get a concealed weapons permit in California short of being a movie star or like a jeweler. And that's if you want to talk about racism, that's like basically saying because of your economic stature, and how much money you have, you're not as important as the next guy. Because we had a lot of guys that worked security details, that bodyguard work and whatnot, executive protection, and they could carry their guns while they're on duty, but as soon as they, go home or they want to go to the supermarket after work, nope, they have to take their gun off. They're not allowed to carry, their lives are not, their lives are important as long as they're protecting somebody's money or somebody else. But the second it's about protecting yourself, then that's when it's a bad thing. But
I'm all for open carry. I don't do it too often because I just don't feel comfortable doing it. But a lot of these Texas guys, they just can't wait for it. They can't wait to get out there and open carry. So I wonder if they're going to get like sick of it or what.
I think it's kind of new to them. Like my whole feeling on it. I think like it's so new to them that like the newness would kind of wear down. I mean, like anything, But I don't know. That remains to be seen. I could totally be wrong about that.
Well, I mean, here in Illinois, where we just got concealed carry a little over a year and a half ago, there was a big rush at the very beginning, and people are still out there actively seeking that, but it has certainly slowed down because it's becoming transitioning to become the normal.
Well, yeah, but it's I don't know. It's a little different when you're concealed carrying because you know that nobody's gonna see it.
But your family will most likely be aware that, oh, you've got one, oh, you're carrying it. I mean, that first level of...
If they love you, then they're going to have to deal with it. That's the way I see it.
You'd be surprised how judgmental families.
I know.
I mean...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not just on the gun issue. Just think about, people who push a father or a son or a daughter out of the family because of a certain belief system or a certain attribute.
Oh yeah, perfect example is I had like probably about 4 of my cousins and my aunt on my Facebook page, and then when I moved to Arizona and put like a thing out there that this is my new concealed carry weapon, and started buying some guns, they all deleted me. Then they don't even talk to me anymore because like while I was in California, I would talk about guns. I'm like, yeah, I go to the rifle range and I shoot, and I go like competitive shooting every now and then. But it wasn't.
Families are extremely judgmental, both about this issue as well as, sexual identity. I mean, just go right down the line of all the social issues. Very judgmental, even of their own.
Yeah. And then, like, I would get, like, my aunt would call me like, oh, hey, why do you feel the need are you that paranoid that you feel that you need to carry around a gun all the time? And it's like, well, you don't have a problem with, my father carrying one. He's like, well, he's a police officer. He's trained to use it. And I said, my dad goes to the range once a year to keep his concealed weapons qualification. I go to the range like every 3 days a week. And I said, I hate to slam my dad, but I think I'm a better shooter than my father. And I've taken multiple, shooting classes and, with guys that work with the State Department and, various other special forces groups. So I've been taught by some pretty good people. And, I'm very, very confident with my firearm. And I said, I also, have shown exemplary, work with safety. Safety is number one. And I said, majority of gun owners are like me. I said, I don't understand why you guys are so willing to just dismiss all that, just because what the media tells you or what, certain politicians may tell you, of which they know nothing about. And they're like, well, I don't agree with, your whole, your acceptance of guns, like you're carrying around a device that kills people, and that's, our family is about, love and respect. And I said, I'm all about that too, but I just take responsibility for my own safety. And then they said, well, what if you hit somebody in the crossfire? What if, I said, so it's already a fish in the barrel. You want it to be like fish in the barrel with no resistance? And, and then like when this whole San Bernardino thing happened, and I was talking to my aunt about it, and I said, if somebody had a concealed weapons there at that place in San Bernardino, I'm not saying that everybody would have lived, but it would have somewhat evened the playing field. It would have made it, not a buffet. And I said, and people pick places where they know they're not going to face resistance. And I said, that should be evident by now. But, trying to change people that are anti-gun about, anything about the hobby, about even target shooting or collecting, they just hear gun, and that's all they hear. And they just see no reason for it. Which,
Well, the thing with the training, and I get your point of, hey, man, I go to the range more often. Sorry. I go to the... Sorry, my phone's blowing up. Anyways, I get it. I go to the range more than a cop. I'm probably better. That's an okay defense, but I still like the idea of saying, you don't have to be trained to defend yourself. If someone's carjacking you and you like drive away and, jump up on the sidewalk or whatever to get away from them, do you have to be a professional stunt driver in order to do that? No, regular people can do it, and they might not do it great, but they can do it well enough not to die.
No, you're absolutely right about that. No, self-protection should not just be, reserved for people that take, like operator courses or whatnot. I think everybody, and I firmly believe that everybody should have the right to protect themselves, no matter where they are. If you're in California or New York, self-preservation doesn't end at a border state line. And, and I think a lot more people are thinking like that now because of, I think what people are starting to realize is that we can't stop bad guys from getting guns. There's over 360 million guns in the United States. You're not going to be able to guarantee that the crazy dude down the street or the guy that lives in the next town is not going to be able to get his hands on one. So you can either complain about it all day, or you can just, make steps. It's like, okay, if he has one, I got one too. Now, maybe he'll think twice about coming to take advantage of people on that. But yeah, no, you're totally right, Snedgy, that just because somebody's not like tactically trained, they should, like my grandfather was 94 years old and he had a 38 snub in his house, and he was no operator or anything, but he could definitely use it and squeeze it until it was empty. And I'm sure by then, if anybody ever broke into his house, he lived in a retirement community, that they would probably leave. And most of the time, like when they interview these guys in prisons, they tell you, we don't want to rob a place where there's a gun in the home. We don't like putting our lives on the line. Our idea is to get out there and get what we need and get out as safely as possible. And that's why home invasions are prevalent in places where they're either, places where people are not allowed to own, or it's very strict about gun ownership. Like in California, in my little beach community where I lived, home invasions were huge there. It was so bad that the Ventura Police Department put a billboard out with, like, you know, those construction zone signs where they have, like, the LEDs that light up and they tell you about a delay or something. Well, they were programmed to say home invasions on the rise, and that sign was out there for years. And just, you know, I think people just always thought, if, oh man, if, you know, somebody tries to break into my house or carjack me, I just call 911 and they're going to be there like G's. And I think I don't know how to explain it, but I think sometimes it's just a scary thought for people to actually deal with that type of situation. You know, which is nothing bad. Some people are not wired for that. You know, but, you know, that doesn't mean that we should restrict them. And it's like, you know, my mom doesn't carry. She hates guns, but she has no quarrel with anybody else carrying one. And she's not about gun banning at all. She doesn't like it. You know, they kind of scare her, but she knows how to use one. So, I don't know, kind of rambling, but...
Well, you know, I saw a thing today on, well, it was about the Virginia drop in the reciprocity or whatever. And it was just an editorial. There's actually two of them. And the first one was, like, super sarcastic. And I forget whoever the governor's name is, but he's like, "Thank you, Governor blah, blah, blah. You made us so much safer. I can't believe all these law-abiding citizens from other states are allowed to come into our state. Thank God you've kicked them out," or, you know, something like that, whatever. Well, then the other one was actually, like, you know, pro not reciprocity, and they said...
Brandon, what are you doing in the background?
I think his mic's just staticky.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll turn it off, hold on.
But the other editorial was saying something like, you know, yeah, we do need to stop letting, you know, unrestricted states carry in our state or whatever. And he said, when I lived in Washington, I got a concealed carry permit, you know, after a armed robbery or home invasion or something. And he goes, you know, and, you know, I didn't have to do any background check, no training, no anything. So the guy's basically writing saying that he himself is one of these, like, unsafe concealed carry people. And then anyways, he followed up with, like, you know, I only got the permit because of fear, and fear is never the right thing to make a decision on. So now my gun is permanently concealed, locked away in the gun safe. And I was just like, how do people think like this, man? Doesn't make any sense to me.
I saw that was an editorial by, like, I guess, like, it was known as, like, an extremely, like, liberal, like, author, and he got a gun out of fear. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, dude, you should not approach gun ownership like that. Like, you're the wrong person to have a gun.
Well, we all know that there are some gun owners that get guns for all the wrong reasons, and unfortunately that's one of them.
Well, and even so, though, okay, he was scared after, you know, an armed home invasion that he was probably there for or whatever, and so he decided to get a gun. Well, that might be that he made the decision based on fear, but if I was in a house fire, I'd be pretty damn scared of fire, and I'd go out and buy a fire extinguisher. Like, it's still the correct thing to do, even if you did it for the wrong reason. You just need to realize that you're not scared anymore, and now you're just prepared.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm not scared of my car dying, but I have jumper cables in the back just in case something happens.
Him having an emotion is natural, but normally is followed by a thought. He just went from emotion and just stayed there. And it was never freed up from the emotion to actually think. I mean, because, yeah, your first reaction is going to be fear and then maybe possibly some sort of action or inaction. But then after that should be some sort of thought. Where he was immobilized by fear.
Well, it's just like
there.
Right. It's just like Bill Maher. Bill Maher came out and said that he absolutely hates guns. But he says as long as criminals have guns, I'm going to have one. So what was all this whole like executive order stuff that was supposed to be handed down before Christmas? And did they drop the ball on it or what?
Yeah, they're probably just waiting.
I think that was just speculation.
Yeah, I was like, because he was all like, it's like, when are people going to grow up? When are people going to make the decisions that we've had enough? And I was like, yeah, we have it enough. So how about you let people protect themselves now, huh? And it's so funny. They always come back, like, every time I watch sort of any sort of anti-gun, like whether it's like Young Turks or CNN, they always bring up the NRA, that the NRA is fear-mongering people to go out and buy guns in droves, and it's just racking up because the NRA is paid for by the gun manufacturers, and they're just like an evil lobby. And I was like, I'm sorry, but I thought I paid the NRA $25 a year, you know? And the NRA is not terrifying me to where I have to go out and buy a gun. I buy a new gun because I like guns. There's no deeper meaning behind it. And I guess it's really hard for those people to understand. It's like you're going to sit there and go after AAA after somebody gets in a car wreck?
Or that would be like going after Budweiser or, right, like a wine place because there's drunk drivers.
Right? I mean, that's how, good point, G-Webs. How come that's never brought up? It's like, oh, we need to go after Anheuser-Busch because somebody got behind the wheel after having a six-pack.
There's plenty more drinkers.
Exactly.
Well, six-packs are okay, but a case is a high-capacity beverage device.
Right? Well, it was like, remember there was that whole thing where Daniel Defense wanted to advertise their M4 on the NFL thing or the Super Bowl? And so they can have all these commercials about like alcohol, but they can't have one about somebody exercising their Second Amendment.
What about that though? So what about if they're gonna come to us, you're gonna have a conversation with somebody and they're gonna say, what do you have against regulation? And instead of saying something about, well, drugs are illegal and you know, they are available, so making guns illegal will not make them unavailable, it'll just make them illegal. They don't like that argument, that doesn't seem to work. So what if you had said that if you could reasonably say that no one needs more than 24 beers in a certain amount of time to just be socially drinking, that more than that they would need to show some sort of ID that they're having a party, or you know what I'm saying? So why don't they put those kind of restrictions to solve drunk driving, which there's a lot more of, and it's an actual issue, but they're going to say, oh, well, that's unreasonable, you can't go after that. And then is that a parallel? And then you go, okay, so then why are guns all of a sudden is there a parallel there? Or a way to make them wake up that what they're asking is overreach?
Right, exactly. I mean, you know, and another thing you could use is like, well, you know, like...
well, they want to say universal background checks. You should have to qualify. So how come we don't say, well, you have to have a driver's license to drive. You suggest that we need to have some sort of a license to own a gun. So why isn't there a license to drink? If someone's gone to jail, why should they be able to go out and drink? If someone's on food stamps, why should they be able to drink? If someone is not as good as how you feel they should be, then why should they be able to go drink without the government saying it's okay or something? So how come there's not a permit or a background check on booze, which is way more destructive than guns? Or is that not something that would make them think about it?
Well, then they'll be like, well, guns kill people, and then they always come back to that. And I said, well, yeah,
well,
but
alcohol do though. All it does is allow people to get drunk. It doesn't do anything beneficial, except for you could maybe say some of the church wine or whatever is necessary for that, but otherwise, booze doesn't benefit society anywhere, does it?
Oh yeah, that was going to be my next point. Like, you know, if people try to defend alcohol in that aspect, you're going to be like, well, what does alcohol do for people? Like, has it ever saved somebody's life? I'm like, yeah, that guy was about to, rob me and, hurt my family, but then I took out a Smirnoff bottle and it was over. We sat down, had a couple shots, and worked out our differences.
Yeah, like this guy got really drunk, and boy, was he calm and rational for the rest of the evening.
But
doesn't happen.
No.
Yeah, he was gonna get in a fight over his favorite sports team, but then he had more beer and he decided that the other team was much more pleasant.
Yep, that calmed him right down.
Well, and people always say, you mentioned something about guns are for killing. They always, Jesus Christ, will you fucking stop it? I'm sorry, guys. I have a person texting me that sends one word at a time. Anyways, they say guns are designed to kill. Well, alcohol was designed to get you drunk. Just because you don't have to get drunk every time you drink, it was designed to get you drunk. They make liquor stronger and stronger so that it's more potent.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, how come you're able to, or how come anyone is able to drink any amount of alcohol without getting drunk? Like, how come you're able to moderate yourself and not get drunk, just even though you're drinking something that's designed to get you drunk? It has no benefit at all. It's just there to get you drunk, but somehow you manage to not always get drunk every time you touch it.
Yeah, we can be like, hey, let's outlaw Everclear, or if you want to buy Everclear, you have to go through a background check, because there's no need for it except to get extremely hammered.
Why is there a speedometer on your car that goes over whatever the posted speed limit is? Like, why do you need that extra 25 death miles an hour? That's just there for death. Unless you're an ambulance, you don't need that. Those are death miles.
I'm really surprised that they haven't actually made cars that only go 75 miles an hour.
They kind of do.
They do. Yeah. They're called Missouri drivers.
You ever get in a rental car and try going really fast? It'll kind of crap out around 60 usually.
Really? Oh man, maybe I'm renting the wrong cars.
Well, maybe I'm renting the wrong cars because I rent whatever the cheapest ones are, and they seem like, I don't know. And not that I have driven a lot of non-rental and rentals, but it seems like the rentals just don't have any oomph.
I get a bunch of
just motors too. I don't know.
I get a bunch of NRA coupons that allow you to rent cars from Hertz and stuff like that. So whenever I go to California, I always rent a car, and I've fractured the occasional speed limit. But I passed the background check, so I'm good. It seems to be that there's a lot more pro-gun people now than ever before. And I think people are finally starting to realize, even people on the fence or on the anti-gun side, that you can make up whatever laws you want to. But obviously the laws, like California's, strict gun laws didn't stop those people from killing 14 people. And God, somebody needs to slap that Fox News anchor saying that if you freaking attach a bullet button, it makes it automatic or something like that. I was like, dude, I had a bullet button for 6 years on my rifle. The only thing it did is made reloading a pain in the ass. But I kind of wonder if that this whole was it American Suppressor Association? I was thinking about joining that tonight. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but I guess they're going to try to get silencers off the NFA list.
Yeah, they've been around for quite a few years now. I've been a member for a couple of years, and they're making as much headway as anybody in that. There you go.
So who's the person that has the ultimate say on whether, because that's a federal thing, right? So it would be the president.
Not at all. The president just is the enforcer. The say is always going to be the House or the Congress.
What were you a member of, G-Webs? I missed part of that. I got dropped out.
American Suppressor Association.
Oh, very cool. They have some really good informational like charts and stuff that show decimal ratings, and that's been very helpful to explain to people. It's not the frickin' movies.
Yeah, I know. The first time I shot I just been starting to get my suppressors back after 6 months, and I fired my Glock 19 using 147 grain hollow points out of my my Osprey, and it's still loud. Like, you know, people think it's just like poof. You know, like, no, it's not. It's still pretty loud. Like, but it's not to the point where you're like, oh man, I can't have a conversation while shooting. And again, you know, there are so many benefits of shooting suppressed. Like, you know, if you're trying to instruct somebody how to shoot, you can still talk to them, you know, and not lose your hearing, you know. So
Well, I think a big one is hunting, because I don't wear hearing protection when I go hunting, because I might take one shot, maybe two, you know, and I'm out in the open. So I just go with, yeah, my ears are going to ring for a little bit the next day. You know, it's worth it rather than having ear protection in the entire day.
yeah, that's another good application. I think it's a lot, you know, it's fun to shoot suppressed. I just wish it didn't take so dang long. And I think that's the only thing that stops people from, you know, buying suppressors, you know, because suppressors are like tattoos. You know, I saw this meme, it's like suppressors are tattoos. You know, you can't just get one. But, you know, like God, I have like 4 now, and there's like so many other models that I want to get. I just wish they weren't so hard to, like, you know, well, they're not really hard to get, it's just the weight is what I think deters a lot of people from getting them. I think, you know, if the wait was like maybe 10, 15 days or something like that, then people would probably be getting a lot more. Just like, you know, the whole SBR thing.
I think it's the weight and, you know, the cost of the tax and, you know, the restrictions of trying to go out of state with them and all that kind of crap. And getting law enforcement to sign off on it, like, it is just a lot more hassle. And honestly, a lot of people are lazy. Me included. I will put myself in that group. I want one, but I just haven't gotten around to doing anything about it yet.
It was a leap that I had to take, honestly, because I had no idea how to get one. I mean, for 30 plus years of my life, I lived in a state where you couldn't get anything that's NFA. So when my first year here in Arizona, I knew nothing about how to go and get one. So I went to my gun shop, and then they made me up a gun trust. And it was like $100. They did it up, and then I went to my bank, got everything notarized, went back, and then made a check out to the ATF for $200, and then they sent it off, and then like 6 months later I got it back. They said once you get over the first process of like filling out just like a couple of signatures, like it's all downhill. It's pretty easy, and it depends like how much it is to get your first trust based on where you go. I've seen some people that hire lawyers and it costs up to like $400, but for me, I just did it through my gun shop. I just wish that they would get rid of that whole SBR, because, like, you know, because of the barrel being shorter, does it make it more deadlier? Like, you're basically putting a tax on ergonomics.
Well, they say it's easy to conceal. Like, people are going to be walking around with, you know, an AR, you know, SBR or something, like, in their pocket. I mean, come on.
Well, that's why I think it's funny, like, you know, people have the SIG brace, you know, and it's like, so the only difference between this and a Magpul stock is that one is a little more sturdy. You know, it's like, again, ergonomics. And then Coleon Noir put up this video where he was showing somebody who was really anti-gun about saying that, look, if you put this up to your cheek, it's fine, but if you put this to your shoulder, it's, you know, it's a felony or whatever like that. And And then he was like, isn't that ridiculous? And she's like, I'm anti-gun, but yeah, that's a ridiculous law to basically, like, to hinder your ergonomics and comfortability of shooting a firearm. So has anybody got any new plans for 2016?
I'm going to try to drive around the country encouraging people to take advantage of their ability to petition for their rights at a grassroots level.
That's cool.
I'm going to buy an AK in April.
Your first?
Yep, it'll be my first AK.
Nice. I'm hoping to buy a Galee in a couple of months. I've always wanted to own one just because I thought they were so cool looking. They're kind of like, I don't know, they're like a hybrid type. My friend actually my roommate got rid of his AK. He had a Ishmash. And those things are expensive. I remember when they were like $400.
Yeah, I don't know what type I want yet. I think I'm looking in like the middle range.
I don't know that much about AKs. I owned a Wasser for a little bit. I really couldn't get into it. I'm just like a diehard fan of the AR platform. Like, I had a SCAR for a while, and I couldn't even get into that. I don't know. But, I heard nothing but good things about AKs. I know there's different models, different configurations, and I had a Wasser 10 by Century Arms, and it was pretty cool. But, man, does that foregrip heat up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want something with like the traditional look to it. So, wood furniture, all that kind of stuff. That's about all I figured out so far.
My next gun I want to get is a M1 carbine. I have no idea if I'll ever shoot it, but I think it's something I just want to collect.
Shop down here has a bunch of them. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, they are pretty cool. I used to shoot them when I played Medal of Honor on the PC, like back in 1998. And then I see them at like museums and stuff, and they're fairly, cheaply priced if you can get like a nice one. Well, guys, I'm gonna take off, do some laundry, clean the house.
Right on.
All right, take it easy.
See ya.
earlier this year I got to shoot my first suppressed gun. I think that's one of the things I want to go for in 2016 is I would like to get a couple of silencers. I shot a 22 and it just made it just whisper quiet.
Yeah, 22s are super fun.
Those are about the only ones that you really can get it down to, like, you know, movie levels, where it really is like you hear the freaking bolt moving more than you hear the bullet.
You can get 45 ACP pretty quiet too.
Oh yeah, because it's, you know, like a Mack truck going down the road.
Because it's almost subsonic to start with, right?
I guess, yeah. So big.
Yeah, that's what I was told, was that the 22s and 45s are the best because of the speed of the round. The 22s we were shooting, it was amazing how quiet it was. I truly was surprised. I hadn't experienced that before, and it was quite an awesome experience. I got to admit, you could hear the bullet just whizzing through the air, and the only thing you could hear was the cycling of the gun. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, the videos and cameras really can't do justice. They all kind of make them sound the same until you actually hear them all different.
I have not had the opportunity yet to fire a suppressed either rifle or handgun. I would like to at some point, though.
If you hold your finger out and thumb up in the air and go, then that's pretty much what it's like.
That's the same thing? Okay. It's good to know. Am I going to get the same distance usually out of my pew-pew or not so much? Oh, and it's not pew-pew, it's pew, like you said. Pew.
I thought it was chew.
I didn't know what you were talking about there for a minute. For a second, I was going to say, no, your pew-pew will still be the same 4.5 inches it's always been.
Aloha and welcome, Yankee Marshall.
I finally booked my SHOT Show reservations. And here's the thing, when I was looking like 2 months ago to book my SHOT Show reservations, and I'm like, oh, it's so expensive, I booked them today, and it was like 30% cheaper than if I'd have booked them 2 months ago.
Is that because it's post-holiday for the most part, you think, or?
Probably, because when I was booking, like, the flight alone, when I was booking it like 2 months ago, the flight was like $220. I got the flight for $110. And the rooms were like $300 a night. Now I got the rooms for $150 a night. I did have I had to stay at Bally's instead of staying at the Flamingo like I usually do, but they're right across the street from each other, so it's no big deal.
You basically stole that airline ticket, bro, for, what'd you say, 150 bucks?
110. It was 111 bucks.
110. Oh my, yeah.
So it just got
cheap theft.
It was under 500 bucks for everything. And I'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'll just get there Wednesday morning and go straight to the convention center, hang out at the convention center all day, then go check into my room, be at the hotel, you know, that night and the next night, and then Friday I'll just go from my hotel, I'll check out, go to the convention center, hang around the convention center till it's over, and then go to the hotel and leave. I mean, go to the airport and leave.
Sort of a wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, well, the show ends at
last time, isn't it?
Well, I only stayed 2 days at the show last time. This time I'll get 3 days at the show. And because I'm leaving in the evening instead of leaving first thing in the morning, because I hate that getting up at 6 a.m. to get to the airport the day of. So I'll be able to like check out of my hotel room whenever I want, head down to the last day of the show. The show gets over at what, 4:30 on the last day. Then I'll just go get something to eat, get in a cab, go to the airport. My flight leaves at 7:30, so it gives me plenty of time.
Has anybody even heard anything cool that's coming out or anything like that? Or, like, usually there's a little bit of a heads up, you know, people kind of knowing what some of the things you're going to see at SHOT, but I really haven't seen or heard too much of what the new stuff's going to be.
There was one thing I heard, and I can't remember what it is now, though.
I'm only know things I'm not allowed to talk about.
There was one thing.
That's all right, G-Webs, because I know you're going to make a video about it when you go, so I feel like I'll still get the knowledge at some point.
I probably won't because they're not paying me, so I just won't tell.
Oh, man. Like, you almost just ruined Christmas, dude. Don't be like that.
You didn't take video for the last 3 years. It's not like you got a bunch of precedent to be the center.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sure Tack Daddy will tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, but I'm not subscribed to him.
Well, there's your mistake right there.
No, that is not a mistake. That was on purpose.
So there'll be Yankee, me, Marco, Bob, Rick, and Brandon.
Is Matt going? Did anybody ever figure out if Matt's going or not?
He insists that he just doesn't have the money.
No. Which means his wife won't let him.
Bob's going. Their arguments are invalid.
Yeah. I mean, when you can get airfare right now for $110, there's no reason not to go.
Seriously.
Because I was almost considering it, just sitting it out, but then I was like, for $500, you know, I'd feel bad if I missed it for just $500. And I don't cost a lot when I go to Vegas because I don't eat fancy restaurants because I'm there by myself, so I just stop at the McDonald's on the way back to the room every night.
Well, with that many of us, we should be able to do some sort of gun channels dinner or something.
Yeah, we can do something.
Go to the range, maybe. Go to one of those indoor ranges.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be fun. Yeah, that would be fun. The good thing is I don't got to pay that damn baggage fee for. I have to fly Spirit Airlines to get that price. And the bad thing about Spirit Airlines is you think it's a cheap ticket till you get there and they're like, "Oh, it's $60 for your carry-on bag," but you're allowed to have one personal item, like a purse-size item, and I just carry my range bag with my clothes in it, and I don't take much, so I'll be able to get on with just a personal item. It doesn't take me much to be gone for 3 days. I can be gone for 3 days for basically what I can carry in a shoebox.
That's traveling pretty light, brother.
I can travel damn light. I roll up 1 pair of jeans, 2 shirts, 2 pairs of underwear, 2 t-shirts, a extra pair of socks, and I'm off to go.
I just throw a couple of hundreds at some woman to buy me some new clothes a couple of times on there.
No one will buy me clothes.
Go there with a robe and a stack of hundreds.
I got a wedding ring on. No one will buy me anything. And taking the ring off might have been an option a few years ago.
But now the swelling is just too great.
Actually, I can get it off now. Since I lost the weight, I can actually take my ring off. I just took it off. Now I'm going to put it back on because I haven't had it off in forever.
Now, would the wife actually hunt you down and kill you, or not quite that bad?
Oh, it stinks under my wedding ring. I got to go wash my hands.
That's not an answer.
Oh, I can take my ring off. Nobody would care. But it stinks under there. Woo! You'd still be able to tell I had a wedding ring on because the finger under the ring is like half the size of every other parts of my fingers. There's definitely a clear band where there used to be a wedding ring.
To me, like whether it's the NRA show or the SHOT Show like this, it's like whether it was the Montgomery Ward Christmas catalog or the Sears Wish book or whatever. To me it evokes some of that same joy and excitement. I'm sure you guys, it's a lot more closer to like work and a job.
No, to me it's just fun because I don't go there and do anything job related. I don't schmooze. I don't try to make contacts. I just look around. So to me it's just fun. It's like you say, like looking through the Sears catalog. I'm not there to make a presence, have a presence or be seen. I'm just there to look at the shit. Now, if I had a choice, if I could go, if the NRA shows were closer, I'd go to the NRA shows instead of the SHOT Show, but they're always far away from me.
Now, am I misremembering that, like, when you go to SHOT Show, it's not like you personally can purchase anything, right?
No,
but if you went to the NRA show, you personally would potentially be able to purchase something. Is that accurate, or am I mistaken?
Not really. What are you talking about buying? It's not like a gun show where everybody's got stuff.
An FFL? Okay.
So maybe if they're selling like key rings or knife sharpeners or something, maybe they have a couple to sell, but they're there to show you. It's a exposition. They're there to show you it, not a trade show or something where they're there to sell it to you.
Okay.
But you're not going to get nothing at SHOT for sure. It's not there to sell you stuff either. They have their booth full of stuff so that you can see what their stuff is.
And then you go through whatever the proper channels are once you get back to where you're from, kind of a thing, and attempt to acquire it that way, yes? If it's something that you want?
It's up to whatever. I mean, there's 5,000 booths, so there'll be 5,000 different things will happen.
I might know somebody from here going, but it remains to be seen if he's going or not.
Stowaway.
No, man. I gotta stay working. Gotta stay working. Stop working and fall behind is like fucking 3 days away or whatever. What's the name of that scope that was like is attached to the rifle, but it won't fire until things line up? It's not Sure Shot.
Are you sure it wasn't a Sure Shot?
I don't think it was Sure Shot, but it was something like that. It like came out like last year or maybe even the year before, and it's basically like it's the scope and gun setup, and like you line it up with the scope and everything like that, and even though you pull the tracking point. I think the guy that I know here knows that guy, the tracking point people, and I think that's who he's going with, or something like that. I don't get to run in that crowd, so there was certainly no invitation for me. But I definitely thought it was cool that he might be able to go. Yeah, tracking point. I think that is it. And then
silence. I blame
No one
Dan.
there.
Dan was the one that's saying you're not saying anything.
it's probably my fault if I had to guess.
Yeah, trying to get him riled up so he'd say something.
Dano, what is this I saw on Facebook about somebody trying to mess with your gun rights? Oh, that didn't do it. I'll try and actually find the article for you.
They must have messed with his First Amendment right also.
I've never seen Dano be afraid to speak his mind before, so it must be pretty heavy duty.
I can't talk right now. I'm eating a turkey leg.
Well, there you go. That's what they're there for.
Since Thanksgiving? It's Probably rancid by now.
Since Christmas?
Who would think turkey on Christmas?
I do. I hate ham.
I did. It was fucking delicious. And I had a turkey leg.
Ham is better than turkey.
I wasn't the one cooking the dinner. I was the one showing up with all the wine, so everything was delicious. And I thank them all profusely for all their hard work. They even let me pass out on their couch for a couple hours. It was great.
When y'all come for SHOT Show, be aware that the range 702 has moved. It's no longer behind the circus. It's down towards the end of the strip by, well, it's by Larry's Hustler Club.
Nice.
You mean it was on the other side of the highway?
It was on the same. It was on the same side, but it was behind Circus. Now it's on the opposite side of the highway from where the strip is.
Are you talking about the range 702, or are you talking about?
Yes, the entire thing. They moved it.
The big blue one. The last time I was there, it was across the street, behind where that place used to be able to get buffalo steaks at, where Flamingo.
Yeah, if we're talking about the same place, they moved it. It's down by Larry's Hustler Club at all the way at the end of the strip, west end of the strip. And if you come to the outdoor range, I'm about half a mile from it. I'll come out there and meet y'all.
Wait, outdoor range?
Yeah, there's a huge Vegas, Clark County outdoor range. You can Google it later.
Dude,
it's a
County?
nice place.
Like the north one?
Yeah, I'm all the way out there.
Well, that's a nice place to be, but I don't know. I'll try to get out there, but that's
It's too far. It's too far from the strip, man. It would take you. It takes
like an hour.
It takes me 45 minutes to get from my house to the convention center. Yeah.
But that's one of the nicest facilities I've seen.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. I love it. My only issue is you can't be at the same place and transition from carbines to pistols to shotguns. They won't let you do that. So if I'm going to do shooting like that, I have to go to the desert.
What do you mean? You got to go down just because you got to drive between the different places? You mean?
Right. At the range line itself, you can't shoot a shotgun where you shoot pistols and carbines.
I got you. Okay.
It blows apart the
frames,
the targets, the frames. Yeah. So that's my only issue with the place.
Well, we might be able to sneak something in on Friday because it does close early on Friday. And if nobody's doing any business, I think Rick's even there Friday. So maybe we can grab everybody into vehicles and drive up there because that place is wicked awesome. I could just bring a bunch of guns. You got guns?
Yeah, I got a few.
So we could just bring a bunch of guns and then have guns to shoot up there.
Yeah, if y'all go to one of the ranges close down on the strip, downtown, you know, it's after work, I would love to come down and
ones aren't all that good, and if they're not paying us to go to it, then it's going to cost us tons of money.
Exactly.
So it'd be way cooler to go to that one. And if we're all kind of done anyway, we could go hang out at SHOT in the morning on Friday, and then Yankee, you still around? I think he said his flight wasn't until at night. So then we left SHOT at noon or something, and then ate lunch, or head up that way, eat lunch way up there by you, and then go to that range for a while, and then drop everybody off at the airport. That might be a thing to do because that range is sweet. I'd like to go shoot shotguns because when you shoot shotguns, you're looking down at the valley, right? Looking back down towards the valley.
You can.
That's what I'd
Most
wanna-
time you're looking at the hill at the backstop.
Yeah, but it seemed like some of them they were pointed around. Because at least you can turn around while you're
There
shooting.
is. Well, there's a skeet line where you basically kind of standing in place. But if you're gonna do the wraparound where you go all the way around the place, then yeah, it does. I've never done that, but yeah, it looks like it would be cool to do.
I don't know if that's the kind of thing you can do right when we're going to need to do it. But anyway, it would be a cool place to go hang out. And then it seems like there's plenty of place there just to bring food up there and eat there, I would imagine. Can't be that.
There is, and there's also a new barbecue joint that he's been in town for years and years, and he has great barbecue. But he finally took over the little restaurant up there that was failing. And
So
if his barbecue's anything like his other joint here in town, it's the bomb.
So if you head out, whatever that road is that goes north past all them houses and then becomes the road that the range is on, right, going north, like right before you leave town, basically, where all the houses are, there's a range. There's not a range, but there's a new gun shop there, kind of big.
There is. Yeah,
Is
I
that-
only been in there once. They were nice.
Be on
Yeah.
the Instagram. They've been really nice about it. And they're kind of in nowhere. That's their only range, or is that like a chain? Or I mean, I keep calling it a range. Is that their only shop, or is there a bunch of them?
As far as I know, that's that guy's only shop. There's
Yeah,
several
like-
out in my area.
It looks like a franchise, but I think I got the impression it was just the one shop.
Yeah, I did too. I think it's just a couple of guys that got together and opened up a gun shop.
Probably a smart place to do it, right on the last intersection out to there.
Yeah. Before that, it was New Frontier, and I like New Frontier. They're good guys, and the ARs that they build are really nice, but they can be a little snobbish.
Oh, it was that New Frontier.
Yeah.
Interesting. They were building them right there in that location.
Oh yeah. He has a machine shop in the back. They're building the new lowers are the ones that accept the Glock mags for the 9mm.
Damn, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, he does it right there. I had a friend that worked there for years. He passed this year.
Well, then, unless people got objections, I'm thinking that's the thing to do because I kind of want to go hang out and look and see if they'll let me see them shops. So are you saying they're still there, or they moved?
Now, that one is still there.
The New Frontier.
New Frontier is still there, and the other shop that you're talking about on the
Okay.
right-hand side, it's called Decatur, that you take all the way out to the range.
What we could shop or shot? Maybe I'll leave from here and go head out that way.
19th through the 20-something. Get a ride with Stone Guy. I wonder if they'll come up for air before a shot happens.
I'll just make my company pay for it and be like, well, you said you'd pay to, fly me back to Detroit and stuff, so why not just go about the same distance the other direction, fly me out to Vegas?
There should be no difference. If they're willing to fly you, they're willing to fly you. If anything, there might be like a discrepancy and you just pay the whatever if there's an extra. You tell them Edge said it's alright. Although Edge ain't going because he has his reasons, I guess.
Well, I won't be able to get into SHOT Show anyways, but just to be in town and meet up with people afterwards would be neat.
You see that on the side there? Why not?
If you're talking to me, no, I don't see anything on the side. That's because I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Although you can always send me a message through gunchannels.com. I don't know if you know about that G-Webs. It's kind of a cool website. You know, people get together, hang out, or whatever.
I've heard about it, but you're not logged in. Or else I'm not logged in. No, you're not logged in because I am logged in. Says there's a lot of people logged in.
I'm logged in. I just said something in the chat. It was.
No, I guess I didn't see you, or else I wasn't logged in. Now I got it.
That was weird.
Everybody's getting disconnected. I guess I'll throw the link out there again, too.
For what they know is right.
I hope you're right, Uncle. You've been doing an amazing job rallying votes to our side. Chusku, Senator Farr. Kilak malana suta rodia fiching. Tulan ni wankpa.
What the heck was that? You watching a movie or something?
It's time.
The Star Wars cartoons.
We'll
They're
see
awesome.
you in...
Sounds like French porn.
You ever seen Star Wars cartoons? I think you know how there's the first 3 movies everybody hates? I think all these cartoons, there's like 6 seasons of these cartoons, I think they fit between the 2nd and 3rd before Darth Vader's Darth Vader. So, they're like the times when the Stormtroopers were still good. Anyway, it's pretty cool. I like them.
My, this here Anakin guy may be Vader someday later, but he's just a small fry. You ever hear the Weird Al song?
Did you do that off the top of your head, or did you copy that from somebody?
Yeah, that's Weird Al. I'm not that creative. I'm kind of creative, but not that creative.
Well, that's why I said something, because I know you're not.
Ooh, harsh. Dano with the smackdown.
Either that, or you're doing the wrong thing for a living.
Man, it's kind of a theme that at least at one point during the lobby chat I end up singing something. I must be missing karaoke because I haven't done it in a while.
We'll have to get a, or I guess Dan will leave. We should, doesn't say we should have to get a karaoke channel or something. I've been at places where they do it, but I've never done that stuff.
When I'm at home, there's a place that does it every Friday night, and the guy who runs it's my friend. So it ends up just being basically, you know, all of the regulars and stuff are all a big group of friends anyways. And it's one of these real like hole in the wall kind of bars where everyone knows each other. I mean, it's like Cheers. Once you're in, you're set, man. Anyone's got your back. But until then, everyone gives you kind of the stink eye when you first walk in. Like, are you cool? Are you a dick? I'm not quite sure yet. There was actually almost a fight over karaoke one time. This group of, I don't know, it was like 5 or 6 guys. They were all pretty drunk. They come in at, was it like 1:30? Now in Michigan you can serve alcohol till 2, so that's when everything closes. And they wanted to sing a bunch of songs, and the guy's like, dude, we're finishing up. I mean, people are starting, like, last call's in, 10 minutes or something. Like, we're getting ready to close down. And the guy got so pissed off that he couldn't sing his song. He starts getting in a screaming match with my buddy. He ends up, like, pushing him back. Now, I kind of saw him when they were going at it a little bit. So I got up and moved a couple chairs out of the way, and we're kind of standing next to him. When he pushed my friend, I put my hand on his shoulder and said, you need to back up. I barely pushed him. He went back like 6 feet. Like, that's how off-balanced and drunk he was. I was like, dude, you're not in any condition to get in a fight right now. We would all beat your ass. Because that's the other thing, right? So after that, after I push him, his 4 buddies jump up like, oh, it's going to be 4 against 2. They don't realize that the entire bar stands up and all has our back. So it's really like 15 against 4. And they decided that leaving was the best option.
Yeah, that's always best when it doesn't have to even turn into anything.
Well, I'm not going to get in a frickin' fight over some dude who's not allowed to sing his song. I just wanted the dude to back up a little bit because he was getting in my buddy's face.
Oh shit, Rick had a show today. I forgot about that. Did that just happen 36 minutes ago, or was it an hour and 36 minutes ago? It can't be this late.
So is the chat, like, dead now, or what? What the hell?
Problem is flooding. At least 8 people are dead, and the rivers are still rising.
Everybody's
Missouri
watching
Governor
Rick, maybe.
Jay Nixon has declared a state of emergency, and pieces of Interstate 70 outside St. Louis are closed because of flooding. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel
Hey, I'm near Interstate 70 out in St. Louis.
This in light of the fatal shooting, accidental shooting death of a 55-year-old woman during a domestic call Saturday morning. Star Wars: The Force Awakens has earned $1 billion at the box office, faster than any movie in history, 12 days. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Stuck in traffic.
Oh no, it's over. Damn. Damn it. That's the one that's the radio show out of Chicago.
Oh yeah, the on Target Radio. I forgot about that. I was gonna switch over and watch that.
Me too.
Although, you know, it seems to go so fast. They gotta take so many commercial breaks and stuff. It's like they just start getting into something, they gotta take a break.
Yeah, but that's
It seems like it's really fast.
That's one of the reasons I want to support them, so that they get the encouragement to keep going. What did you do? So here's an idea I'm thinking about. It might be crazy, but we got that guy from Chicago, well, Rick, and then the people he works with that do that radio show. And then we got Charles down here. I was thinking of, like, it would be cool if Charles did another hour, right? And it would be cool if those people did another hour, right? And both of them are still, as far as I know, I don't want to speak for him, but I can speak for Charles because I'm pretty sure I know him enough. They still do it the old-fashioned way where they walk around all day, like walking into places and saying, I do a radio show. Do you want to advertise on my radio show? Right? As opposed to like Patreon or Kickstarter or one of the crowdsourcing things or the Amazon or PayPal donations or something in order to let the audience pay instead of the advertisers. So I was thinking about trying to get them to do another hour, except fund that third hour through their audience, through the internet. Because then they wouldn't have to fund their whole show, which would probably be too much to ask right off the bat. And it would maybe get them on a little bit longer for all the people that want to hear them more.
Yeah, you know, I've been slacking watching Charles. Or listening, I should say.
Maybe I should just rebroadcast his show in the evenings.
I like when you put it on Gun Signals, but I understand it's a lot of work. You got to be around and stuff.
It's not that it's physical work, it's just that, yeah, I got to be at the computer to do it. I don't have to. I guess we could try to pay somebody to do it.
In a few months, when I get myself a new computer, maybe I'll volunteer hosting more shows, and maybe I can share that workload of putting that up on Sundays, because I'm normally home on Sundays.
It would be kind of cool to have it be like on a calendar, so that people who want to do it could volunteer to do it. Same way people like volunteer to like tables for nonprofits at gun shows, just because they want to help get the word out. And just for some of those people, because I know Rick's always needs a hand because his laptop at the radio station isn't good, and people go in and post it for him.
Yeah, definitely. as long as he doesn't mind, which I don't think he does, right? I mean, he's cool with you hosting it.
What, Charles? He doesn't care what you do with the show. Those guys are already at night, so they've got a nighttime audience. I could probably just show Charles how to rebroadcast his own show, though, and then he could just do it.
Right? Yeah, if he wants to. But I'm just saying, I'm in the future volunteering my time because I am going to be getting a computer when I get back in town. So I'm gonna try and do more online stuff.
Dude, that little Mac is not bad for just going on the internet or whatever. For $150, I was surprised. But if you got 300, these Dells are even better.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid Macs at all costs. I'd rather spend a little bit more. Yep, I got a lot of plans once I get back in town. Right now, I'm just banking all my money.
Oh, nice. They're making bumfire grips for AR and AK pistols now. So I guess that's a new thing.
A bump fire pistol grip.
Yeah, just a pistol grip instead of a big stock. Well, secret is you can bump fire 1911 if you want to.
Yeah, that would last all of like 2 seconds.
It goes pretty quick. But I know people can do it. It's just the nature of semi-autos.
Yeah, I don't think I want to bump fire 1911. My wrist can barely stand just normal.
Man, it's kind of a quiet night. Everyone's dropping out. Oh, he came back.
We got a bunch of stuff to do before tomorrow, so I can hang, but I can't bullshit too much.
Well, I think I'm going to take off. I'll catch you guys later.
Take it easy, man.
Yo. Everybody roll out.
Hey.
What's up, bro?
Just working on some shit.
So I heard you all talking about shot earlier. I can't believe Yankee just goes with 2 pair of underwear. He's such a slut. No, but we should definitely get a night at like an indoor range or something, or like, you know, after dinner. We should all go out to dinner and then go fucking hit up like an indoor range or something. Or like the last day, like you said.
Yeah, I'm liking that idea of the last day because that's a lot cheaper. It's cooler. The indoor range is alright, but then.
Or just any range in general. I'm just saying like a shoot day of some sort.
Yeah.
Would you recommend taking a large bag or a small bag to pile shit into?
What do you mean, for the trip or for when you're in the show?
For when you're in the show, for picking up like keychains and like writing the rain pads and shit like that.
No, that's sucker bet. Number one, you can't bank on that shit. And if there is that shit, Are you going to be the guy walking around with a big giant backpack full of it or a duffel bag full of it?
My hotel's a mile away.
Huh?
By the time my backpack gets filled up, I have like $300 worth of shit in my backpack. I'll take a $10 cab ride, drop it off in my hotel room, empty it out, and come right back. You know
Well,
what
it
I'm
might
saying?
sound like you can do that, but that's not what happens. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Anyway, there's not that much stuff. The most stuff ever was like not that much stuff, and that was back when there was catalogs and shit. Nobody hands catalogs anymore.
Okay. Did you redo the business cards?
They still look like gas. I'll probably print them again before we go. I don't think they can print gray or whatever. We'll have to make them just white and black.
Yeah, just make them white and black on the front with our logo, and then put all the information on like the backside.
Yeah, let's try to make it cool.
I feel you.
They do everything else pretty decent. They just can't do gray, I guess. Gray on black. Too much for them. Got a ton of them, though.
It's the gluten that get in the way between the gray and the black.
Yeah. No, it's because they make them like little dots, whatever, the way they print it.
Yeah, it's pixel.
Like I say, it's annoying, but whatever. I mean, they're work for what they are. They're not. But there's plenty of time. It only takes like a week to usually get those things.
What are you planning? What did they look like again? I'm about to look them up.
What?
The business cards. I'm gonna find them on your Instagram.
Yeah, they're ways back already. You can take another picture of them.
When you're at SHOT Show, be sure and hit up the Ruger booth.
What do you need from Ruger?
Yeah, and one of the forums that I'm in, rumor is that Ruger's coming out with something.
I know what Glock is coming out with already. I done heard. Bro, that's a lot on the business card. You gonna put all that?
What do you want in there? Just one G, and that's it.
No. So what? I like the community resources that are listed on the back, right? I would probably put a little bit more. I would probably shrink the font on that. Put some more contact info there, like at Instagram, at Facebook, at or whatever, and have them all listed really small on the bottom there. On the other side, though, the one that says watch, I would take the watch join build. I'd take that whole shit out. I can't see what the hell it says in the little writing. That probably doesn't need to be there. And honestly, I would stand it vertically, put the Gun Channels logo in the middle, put Gun Channels on top and gunchannels.com on the bottom, and have all the information on the back side.
Maybe. This ain't Europe.
Well, this is business too. This is not a slide. You know what I'm saying? That's way too much. That looks almost more like like an identification card of you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. It's telling people what it is.
It's too much, bro. It's too much. It's way too much. It's a business card.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is. Well, whatever. I know you'll give me the graphic. I'll come up with a business card.
With your Euro vertical cards.
Well, that's just the cover of the card. The actual card is on the back. How much are cards? How much do you get cards for?
A couple $1,000.
Thousands? I can do that.
No, it don't cost that much.
You're from me, right?
Is it like $30 for a whole bunch, or like $100 for a shit ton?
Oh, $30. Oh, damn! I was trying for like under 20.
You'd probably get them cheaper. Not with your fancy European style vertical printing and shit, though. That fancy shit adds up.
You're lunching. Just turn the card.
These are made in Canada. You can't deal with that kind of shit without getting greased.
I like the community resources part. I like having gunchannels.com on the front and the back at least. The whole watch join build, it's not necessary. That just looks very clutterish. And I definitely want to put like some more personal contact info as far as like, you know, like gunchannels.com or email us at gunchannels.
I don't want no email.
Administrator.
I ain't checking no fucking email, and I don't want to check no fucking email. There's no need for email.
I'll check the email. I'll check the email. I'll check.
And why? What do we need email for?
Because maybe I want my own personal Gun Channels email so I can respond to people.
Well, that's different then. That's not what these are, dude. These are to go in and let people know what Gun Channels is and what it's about.
Oh.
If you're to do business, I just fucking said these ain't business cards. So
Okay, I'm lunching. My bad.
I don't want people fucking calling me. I want people going to Gun Channels and knowing that it's there that it's a bunch of tools. Not that it's not, I don't know, YouTube. It's not there to be like their new cable TV. Till we sign that cable deal, then we'll be the new cable TV.
Gun Channels TV. It would just have to be Gun TV.
The Gun Channel set-top box. It's a pretty good deal. It's just that it requires actual broadcast rabbit ears.
And it records all your guns for you. My set-top box has a game of Duck Hunt built into it. So you said on the back because of the way how or the color of the watch joint build came out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it looked all shitty. They give
Yeah, it
you
looks
like
like
a little
maroonish.
mock-up in digital that looks fine, and then when you get them, it's all a little. I think I just wanted to have some piece of paper to go along with the stickers or the cards. So we'll do something else for shot.
What are you doing Tuesday in the day? I'll pay for it if you help me design it. I just don't know how to put shit up like that. Like the logo and the GIF and or whatever the fuck it is. The JPEG.
We'll do it tomorrow night or the night after, yeah.
I'm off Tuesday. I can fuck with you on Tuesday. I think I'm gonna Uber a lot while I'm out there. You Uber, G-Webs? You Uberation?
Look, I don't mind if people want to Uber, but I choose not to. I don't even know what that is, so no. What is it? Where you call people and just random strangers drive you around for free?
Yeah, well, not for free, but at a significant discount compared to a taxi.
I have a car, so I drive it around.
Yeah, but you always want to drive everywhere?
Pretty much.
No, because sometimes, like, if I had to go to the mall, like, on Christmas, like, I Ubered, like, up the I Ubered up the street to the mall because I didn't want to deal with the parking. It was worth like the $5. It was worth paying $5 to get picked up and dropped off, right at the front. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do only that though, I guess, but I imagine it'd work for you. It'd be interesting. Document it when you're doing it.
I don't know if you can record inside an Uber.
Why would you be able to record? So what's the deal? You just go, I want a car from right here, and then they just like.
No, they don't want a car. You say like, hey, like I need to get picked up, and so you turn on the app, and you can kind of find out like where the Ubers are near you or whatever. See how far away they are.
That's what I mean. So they're like, their app is going to go straight to your phone with the GPSs, and then you just immediately get them faster than a cab or whatever.
Not faster, sometimes longer than a cab, but they'll just come either pick you up in front of your house or on the corner or whatever, and then you just tell them where to drop you off.
And there's no meter. They just decide to charge you whatever they feel like.
Yeah, kind of like based on like the distance.
So what the app tells them.
The minimum charge is $5.
And then the app tells you both how much it was, distance-wise or whatever. Yeah, I guess that would work. So what happens if you get stabbed or whatever, raped?
You blow your whistle really loud, and you pee and defecate yourself at the same time.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a pretty well thought out situation.
That's in the government pamphlet. It tells you to do that.
That might work, and then I would imagine that's the kind of thing where you can go, look, I'm going to need you every day at 7 for the next 4 days or whatever, and then that dude's like, all right, I'll be here at 7 for the next 4 days.
Yep.
Because he knows he gets a check or whatever, or pay. So can you like Uber the people that are in the hotel with you and share an Uber?
Yeah, you can. It's called Uber something else. I can't remember what the fuck it's called.
Uber Orgy?
Yeah, you can Uber Orgy.
Well, yeah, that would be pretty neat.
And it's like 40 to 50% less than a cab. But from what I've heard, like I can't remember, I read a news article. I want to say it was like a year ago, and they said like Uber in Las Vegas is like constantly on like, so like when too many Ubers are being used, like they go into like peak hour use. You know what I'm saying? And they'll tell you like, warning, if you order an Uber now, it's like peak, prime time use. So, but because it's fucking Vegas, Vegas is like forever in prime time. You know what I'm saying? Or peak hour use.
Like 10 o'clock in the morning till 3 a.m.
Yeah. That was a long time ago, though, so I'll have to see what happens. So, like, in between the parties and, like, like the late night events and, let's say, like, the end of SHOT Show, what usually goes on other than dinner? Like, people meet up, or is that usually, like, the go home and, like, regroup yourself type of time?
You're talking about each evening?
Well, I'm not saying each evening. Just typical for the evening, because I'm assuming, like, every evening some big manufacturer's throwing a party. Or a gathering of some sorts.
Right. Multiple.
Yeah. So what? So and that starts what? 9 o'clock. So what happens between 5 and 9 o'clock?
No, the big ones will take some amount of time to start, and because they assume people are going to go home and get dressed or whatever. The fancy ones, you wear a suit or whatever too, tuxedo.
Really?
And then,
they got them joints too.
Yeah, and then the other ones. I don't know, I guess they figure you're going to go eat or something. So some of them start a little bit later. And then, they last all the time. So some of them, though, happen right then. Like some of them are happening right after in the same hotel, just go up to their suite or something, or go across the street to some place. Then there's little meetups. So think of all the forums and places like Gun Channels or whatever that are out there that, you know, are a bunch of people that are going to meet up. Those things are happening constantly everywhere. And then, shit. I mean, I don't know. You're going to start counting like big stores will put on things for their distributors. So
Really?
it goes both ways. The big distributors will be sucking dick, and then the stores will be sucking dick. Everybody's meeting up and saying, hey, so that's their time to, you know, make the rounds and hang out.
And you should. And I remember you always said it's a sucker bet to get there like 9 o'clock in the morning.
What? Who said that?
You always said like don't go like first thing, like, you know, like when it first opens, because it's crazy packed. The lines are long. You might as well just wait, like kill like the first hour, so you can just walk right up and not be in line.
I maybe have said that, but that's also when I'm lazy. But no, that's not true. You can go there. There's advantages to going there early. If you go there super early, you can eat. And if you go there kind of early, there's probably still things to eat. And then...
Who's high is super early?
I don't know. I've never been there that early. And then if you go there pretty early, you could probably sneak in. We used to be able to sneak in other places. I never get there early anymore, so I don't know. But I wouldn't say there's no reason to go there, because I don't think it's like it used to be where you had to wait in line. I don't think you have to wait in line anymore. At least the last 2 years, it's been shitty slow. I don't know. Probably 8 or 9. I don't know. I don't go in the morning. I mean, well, we've never been there. Maybe back in the olden days we would get there early, but not anymore. There's just too many people to get corralled and going that we never get there on time, even if we tried to. Every once in a while I'll get there one day early for some reason, but that's like a big pain in the ass to do it.
See, I see myself waking up early because I'm gonna be used to East Coast time still. So I see myself waking up early.
And then what? Going down there, standing around, being by yourself?
Yeah.
I guess it's time to go look at stuff. Because there's people that have to get there early, like on time or whatever, and open. I don't know. But it ain't like there's a bus schedule of events that you've got like, you know, like some bird's eye view of everything that's happening, and you get to decide, oh, I'm going to not go to this because this starts in an hour after that, and I'm going to do this because there's nothing else happening. Like, you don't know. I mean, most of the time, you just hear about them or.
Oh shit. The gluten's got G-Webs.
Kick me out, that's kind of rude.
The gluten's got you, bro?
No, I got some shit on my machine. Every 20 minutes or so it times out. Seems like. So you've seen these like clear plastic joints, and then with like the piece of like elastic that has a little piece of metal at the end, like in a little T shape, and then that pokes through the holes in the piece of clear plastic. I'll hook you up one of those.
What? What the fuck? I thought you were talking about like a clear Glock mag the whole time.
No, not a clear Glock mag. I'm talking like a little clear envelope of plastic.
Okay.
It's completely clear, and then kind of like an envelope, and then it's got 2 little holes in the corners, and then you got that thin piece of elastic that's a little bit thinner than a shoelace around your neck, and then it's got those little metal tabs so that plastic part don't fall off.
Yeah. Alright, that's straight. That's straight. I'll take one of those. The icing.
No, we got to figure out. I got quite a few of them, but did you watch that half an hour epic badge video? I think I probably have a couple more since.
I remember you put it out. Hey, so are you lying to me, or are you gonna let me go in like those super cool badge videos? I remember you had a video like that.
I did a fucking 30-minute video, dude.
I know. I've seen it, but it was like a year and a half ago.
I know. I'm saying there's probably 2 more in there, but they're not good. They're just more. I don't think I got anything better than what I got in that video. But you ain't getting my one that I use, so you can have others. You can use whatever the others, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sometimes the other guys are gonna grab one out of there. They got ones like the Eagle one. I think he's what he always grabs. But anyway, there's like 4 of them that are decent. Unless you like lame shit, and then there's like 6 or 8, because there's some ones that I don't like that some people like.
Oh shit, fuck you. Go here. I gotta search here. Hate YouTube now, yeah. So lame. I see a 17-minute one. Can't find another badge.
Is it only 17?
I see and it says badges. We don't need no. Let's see. Oh yeah, 17 minutes. Let's see. When it's raining, you're gonna give me the clear one.
Huh, it's only 11 months old, so it's from earlier this year. All right, you're looking at that one now? I guess it's only 17 minutes long. I thought it was 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
I was front.
Those free ones suck. Let me tell you, the El Cheapo zipper.
So if you go to the 1 minute 35 second mark, any of those, yep, any one, you can even own that one, dude.
What, the NRA Media?
No.
Oh yeah, that's the first one that I saw. I was like, those are good for the rain. Thanks, bro. Yeah, especially when it's raining.
You know what those things are awesome for, though? That's what you put your badge in, and then you walk up to a place and go, "Do you have any badge holders? Because all I have is this." You have to have one of those to be able to walk around and get good badge holders.
I go up to SOE and be like, "Yo, let me get one."
They don't set up there.
Oh, that's right, they don't. Well, I think they might this year because of like their knives and shit that they're putting out.
I would be. I don't know. Maybe they did.
I mean, but it is super high-end knife, so it'd probably be like something super small.
Can you read the side?
Huh?
Can you read the side?
Hold on.
VanQuest sent this badge holder. VanQuest sent me this one.
We can't see it.
Your camera's not on yet, Yank.
It's on. If you.
We see nothing.
Yeah, well, I see it on my screen. I guess you got your bandwidth turned down or what?
No. Blaming it on us. We're the one same shit as always.
I'll recycle. See if that hits.
Recycle, refresh.
I got an Expedition one there, like a brief game.
Oh, so you're playing it, or should I be playing it? I should be watching yours.
Looking for the ones. I'm tagging along, looking at the time stamps on it.
That's a nice one. I need one with Velcro on it, though.
Which one? All right, so the one at 1310 is the shit. That's a Spec Ops. It's pretty intense. It's like a big travel wallet, really. But it's hardcore.
this one. I like this one because it's got a place
Then
up
there's
here.
that
For
blue
the,
force gear. That's I figure the one you want at 1513.
can you all see me now?
Yeah.
I like this one because it's got a place up here for your business cards, etc.
Uh-huh.
And it's got a little strap that goes around your waist to hold it from flapping around. So it's got a little hook-on strap around your waist to keep it from flapping.
I'm gonna yank on that from behind, and then
Like a bra strap.
yeah, I'll constantly be like, oh.
Well, that one has Velcro on the outside.
Which one?
The one with the blue crosshair.
That's blue force gear, dude. That's the one that is the shit one. That is the shit. It's
How
the
much is that?
What?
How much is that?
I don't know if you can buy them. You might be able to buy them, but those were given to me. So that's the one that you can use if you want. I figured that's the one you'd want. That's the one that everybody would want. It's the shit.
I see him with red
Otherwise,
red
just
crosshairs.
16, 20 something, and then pause it.
$24.
So
$24 when it comes with red crosshairs.
So there you go. You get one for $24. That's probably the one that's the best as far as badge holders go that you can buy. It's the thinnest. It's legit USA, and
oh shit! I wish I could move your hand. Okay, I like the Camelback look one. Looks whack because it doesn't have any
lame.
Yeah, I like the other one. All right, so that one's also. What's the one that you're holding up right now at 1613? That looks a lot like the blue force gear, but doesn't have the crosshairs.
Yeah, let's not worry about that one. That one is handmade for me by the real people. So that's mine. You can. That one is not something that people can buy.
Okay.
The blue forest gear is the closest one to that, and then the one above that, like if you go to like 1730 and pause it, that's like a picture of all of them basically.
Let's see, 1730 down. Okay, so
on the left, the one in the has a G on it is mine. The one above that is the blue forest gear. The one above that is First Spear, and that's Whisper. That's pretty decent, but I don't like it. And then the one above that is Eagle, but I think dude takes that one. One next to that is Max Edition, which is whack, but it's like a briefcase. And then you got Camelback, which is, I don't know, it's all right. And then there's that Sotek, which is another briefcase up front.
So why don't you like the Max Edition? Because it's a briefcase.
It's Max
Too
Edition.
fat. Okay.
Vietnamese garbage.
I need to go back and see the Blue Force one. What time was the Blue Force one?
1510, I think. Or 10, yeah, 1510. Yeah, 15 something, 1510. And then, of course, anything on the right, but that's all shit. It's just there to be mocked. I think I have another Blue Force, but I don't know why it's not in this video. Maybe I traded it. I probably traded it because I had the red one out. So you got your business card elastic on the back. And here's the thing about business cards. You want your business cards in one place so that you can grab
And somebody else's, yeah.
And then you want to be able to put somebody else's business cards in another place. And then ideally, you want two places to put theirs for the good ones and the shitty ones. You want to have a pen right there because you want to be able to write down immediately when you get the business card what's the deal, because you're going to forget after a day of doing that. And then, well, that's about all you want. And then if you want to throw a patch on there, having some Velcro is nice.
Well, yeah. So I like this. So far, I was looking at Spec Op ones. I like the way that one folds out. I just like the fact that it has no Velcro on the front.
The Spec Ops one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Velcro's whack. I mean, that's amateurish. I don't put nothing on my Velcro. That's like touristy. Putting shit on your Velcro when you're a shot. I like my shit to be low speed or low drag, easy to deal with, and then main thing is also full coverage of the badge. If you need it, you need to be able to have full coverage.
What do you mean, like cover? You mean like display or like be able to cover it up?
Well, mainly like if you look at the Eagle, for whatever reason they cut the bottoms at a curve, they radius them.
Okay.
So that means you got to fold your shit up, put it in there, and if you got that weird barcode thing going and you need that for something, then it's annoying. You have to take it out of there and stuff. So having full coverage is handy. And then the better ones are made to be legit and not just look like it. So they'll have that clear piece or whatever it is. There's different better, there's better versions of that and shittier versions. And the difference is mainly you can run a spark scope through the good kind. Like the shittier kind, it reflects the laser or something, so you always have to pull your badge out no matter what. With the better kinds, you can just zap your shit right through there. So it's just little shit like that that makes,
Motherfucker says this item is out of stock.
When are you trying to buy one of them? I don't know if you can buy them. I think they might have them, but that doesn't mean that they make them or have them.
Yeah, definitely give me the shitty one. Then so I can be like, oh, can I get it one, please? I tried to buy one from your website, and it said no.
Wait, Maxpedition will have them.
No, I'm saying like give me the shitty plastic one for just in case it rains, so I can go up the Blue Force gear there and be like, oh, I tried to buy one.
Now you're learning.
And I could tell them that I was attacked by glutens the week before, and they stole my other badge holder.
Well, if you're legit and you want people to walk around with your legit ass gear, then you know what I'm saying? You're gonna hand that shit out. Are you gonna hand it out to just anybody who walks by, or are you gonna hand it out to people in the know?
I feel you.
I talk about. That's the only reason to get there early some days.
I feel you.
But that's like, that was the day, and you can't do that stuff anymore. At least I don't know where to do that anymore. Maybe you can with like people that are.
Give me the Nissan one so I look like a total noob.
No, the Nissan one is the shit. I wish I would have grabbed so many more. They're kind of cheap. I mean, they pay for the room, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But cheap because back in the day the room was decked out and there was food all day, so they're kind of cheap. But anyway, that thing's like a dry lock back or whatever they call those things. Like when you go on a boat and you put all your shit into a bag, so that it has that thing that folds up and makes it so that there's no way water can get on your shit. Like if you had a phone or whatever, that's what that is. That thing costs you like $7 if you went to the store. At a cheap store, it costs you like $12 if you went to some sucker store. So those things are awesome, and they only put out like 3 on each table, and I didn't realize at first. I was thinking, yeah, whatever, these are the crap, like you're saying, like just, placeholder things. And I grabbed one just so that I'd have one for the collection, and then I got back to the hotel, and I'm like, damn it, these things are sweet. So I went back there to grab a bunch, and they were all gone.
Let me ask you this, since I know this last year at SHOT Show, you worked a lot off your cell phone this year. How many of like those USB battery packs did you take with you, or did you need with you for a full day? I have like 3 of them, like the 20,000 amps. I think that should be enough to get me through the day.
It just depends on what you're doing. You can't bring as many as you got. There's places to charge, but bring as many as you got. The worst that happens is you carry too many around the first day, I guess.
I feel you.
How many phones are you bringing?
I got just the one phone. I don't know. I don't know. You remember like when I DM'd you, but I just got a new phone. I got the 6 Plus S now. So hopefully I take better pictures. I mean, I'm not really.
Old phone.
Huh?
What did you do with your old phone?
I gave it my pops. I was actually gonna sell it, and like I had it for like 4 days, and it was like the day after Christmas. He calls me. He's like, "Oh, was it? It was like it was 2 days before Christmas." Matter of fact, he was like, he's like, "Yo, I just dropped my phone." He was like, "You mind coming with me to the store so I can buy a new phone?" I was like, "I just bought a new phone. How about I just give you this one?" But yeah, I honestly plan to do everything from my phone. I'm only gonna carry my laptop just so I can. I don't think I need to carry my laptop now. I have 128 gigs. I might want to take it with me just so if I happen not to go back to my hotel room and I can cut. I could probably cut a video in 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Just so I could put it up. I plan to do a lot of Instagram videos though. That's what I mainly plan to put out. A lot of Instagram videos. Yankee, did you have an Instagram by the time you went last year or no?
Yes.
We were Instagramming a little bit last year.
Yeah, Instagram. That's about all I did. I sent a couple of Instagram pictures, and then I did one video when I got home. That was all I did for SHOT Show.
I want to hit up a nice steakhouse while I'm out there. Hey, does anybody like does Blue Force license their shit out, or is Blue Force only sold by Blue Force? We'll see if anybody has it else somewhere else, maybe like eBay.
They sell at places, so it's possible you can find somebody that's selling their stuff. They don't license it, but other people sell it.
Yeah, but will they ship out the vendors and stuff?
Yeah.
Come on. Blue Force. That's funny. It says right here, need a badge shoulder for shot? Da, da, da. Oh, this is from like 2013. No wonder. Mm-mm. Nope. Let's just see what Amazon has when you type in this. Bad. You're probably gonna get some dumb like. Well, you get a lot of cheap ones. Does yours have like the Ziploc top though? If yours doesn't have the Ziploc top, then I'm gonna have to buy one off the internet because it won't protect me from the rain that much.
No.
Okay. That's not enough protection from the rain. I have 30,000 results. Let's see. Tactical badge holder. One Tigris ID. Velcro patch bat. Oh, that thing has a lot. That's like a single ID though. I should get the armband one so I don't have to wear it around my neck like an idiot.
You just have it on your arm?
My arm, so I can have my gun under, you know what I'm saying? My bicep is my gun. Get the badge holder to cover my gun. It'll be like a holster at the same time.
Sorry, guys, I'm back now.
Oh, you know who I should have reached out to and probably seen if he could have made me one? He probably fucking. Let me see if he has one on his site. I don't know why not anything about this. I doubt it. He doesn't have it. He doesn't.
Are you talking to yourself or are you speaking in a chat?
No, speaking to G-Webs. I want to see if Recycled Firefighter has one. His would be the shit.
Have you seen him make a badge holder and you're wondering if he has one left or you're wondering if he even makes one?
If Digital Prophet has an actual badge to put in a badge holder, he's got to be undercover Ice-T like guy.
Let's see, does he have one? Wallets, da-da-da. He doesn't. That would be cool, but that'd be too small of a niche market for him to make. You should make one out of leather, Nathan.
A badge holder out of leather? People make those. People make those. But they make it, it's a round piece of leather, but they have to have the inside design right to fit the star or the shield, depending on what your individual shield or star is. Law enforcement has some certain standards they have, so they have some typical ones you can buy.
They're not talking about that type of badge holder.
What type of badge holder are they talking about?
Like a press badge.
Oh, just a square or a rectangle. Okay, rectangle.
Yeah, with the clear plastic in the front.
I could probably figure out a square. Basically, you just need something that is a piece of leather that holds a thing flat inside it, like a driver's license.
Nah, it's bigger than driver's license. But no, you're good. Like I wouldn't rock a leather one either. I'd have to get a tactical giant.
Yeah, I don't. You know, actually, I don't feel like focusing on that right now. I got a lot of things on my plate, and I don't feel like.
How many orders you got in? I know you got a rack of orders in.
What?
I know you have a bunch of orders in.
No, I don't. I don't have any orders in.
What?
I've satisfied all my orders.
Did you ever figure out who the
Yes.
person that paid you?
That guy has his holster. He loves it. That one person.
You want to
So now
tell me who it is?
Actually, I'm expanding out my business now. I'm turning over certain things to a web developer who is awesome, who I love, and he is going to spec these things and promote me.
That's what's up.
That's what I've been working on. That's why I haven't been on all night, or the last few nights. I'm working with this guy. He's awesome.
That's awesome.
I wish I could tell you about him next track, but it's secretive.
I know, need to know, right?
Yeah.
I don't have super secret clearance.
Yeah. Okay, so let me put it this way, as I did to my nephews and nieces today. I said, "Look here. When I'm president, I'm going to be awesome. I'm going to make America terrific, and it could be outstanding. Got a lot of things I'm going to do. Oh crap! I'm totally screwed up my Trump. I can't get it. Not in the moment. Sorry.
Vote Trump.
Digital Prophet left. Now, it was really funny last night. Our Christmas opening party, the kids started arguing about. I'm serious. These kids, they're all less than 15 years old. They're 5 to 15. This is the age limit. They started arguing about Trump and Carson.
That's hilarious. You should have recorded that.
They had seen them on TV. So they're like going, well, Carson's this, Trump's this. You know, these kids are like just arguing back and forth like little teeny bopper dumbasses. They don't know what any of it means. They're just talking about seeing them on TV. Because they're always on TV. Talking about seeing people on TV. Oh, Rubio, he looks like a dumbass. And Carson, he talks too slow. And like they're all talking about this stuff.
Rubio uses too much hair gel.
Yeah, Rubio's hair is blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I'm talking about this because they don't understand any of the real topics. And so I roll over a room and I do my Trump. And the kids are all laughing their asses off us, and so are the adults, because I do a good Trump when I'm sober.
So don't be sober.
Yeah. I mean, doing a good impression of Donald Trump, and it's not that hard. I mean, of all the impressions I can do.
Well, all I have to say about Trump is he can't do any worse than Obama.
That's what I thought about Trump. He replaced Bush. Is that he can't do anything worse than Bush. I thought Bush was a level of fuck up, but Obama should be the next level. And I bet you the next guy takes it to the next level of screwed up. I don't know.
You know, I didn't think we'd ever have a president worse than Carson, but then we got Obama.
Carson? You mean Johnny Carson?
Not Carson, but what is it? Carter. That's it.
Carter, yeah.
I'm tired, okay?
Carter was bad. But Carter really didn't have much power. And he was only there 4 years. Again, Reagan had influence, but not a certain amount of power, but he had influence. And he got under control.
And Reagan, unless you're looking at the world through rose-colored glasses of hindsight, destroyed the fucking economy.
Anything can be said of any president.
No, Reagan raised taxes more than any president in the last 100 years. Reagan caused inflation to spiral. Reagan caused the largest deficit we've ever had.
And he signed the machine gun bill. Yes, we know.
Yeah. Reagan was
Okay.
a horrible president.
You know what? Every president we've had since we've been born, all of us, has ruined it more.
No, that's not true. Things were actually improving for decades until Reagan took over, and then they bottomed.
No, we're not talking about economics. I'm talking about presidents effing up stuff. And the reason is presidents get hired, they get hired in, they F up everything, and they have the Congress go with them on it. And it's a continuous flow of uphill crap. See, Gun Website's got a call from the president. But seriously, our country has been going down the drain ever since we've exited the 70s. Actually, probably from the 70s on. Would you say that's right, Yankee?
No, we've had lots of boons since the 70s. Hell, look at the boon we've had recently in the country lately. I mean, stock market being where it's at, the economy, inflation being under control, the deficit, being a reasonable amount compared to our gross national product. It hasn't been that bad lately. Just ain't nothing getting done to foreign policy-wise.
Yankee, you do realize the fact that we're currently in the position we're in after the financial crisis. They've been having 0% on all things, trying to get...
And the market and the economy's actually proved enough that they actually raised the prime interest rate a quarter of a point recently. They
By
said
quarter percent.
They could have raised
after
it
8 years.
Based on the numbers, they could have raised it 2.2%, but they chose not to because they wanted to maintain the growth right now.
Yeah, they want to keep the growth up. You're right. They want to get the growth up. They want to get people spending and buying. You're right. No, I agree with that. It took them 8 years to go up a quarter percent. 8 years to go up a quarter percent.
On the way.
8 years we've been at 0% in the economy. What do you think of that, Yankee?
What do I think of what?
8 years at 0%.
I think the economy got fucked up. I think the bankers fucked up the economy pretty bad.
Inflation? No inflation, really? For 8 years?
Well, we had inflation.
Good?
We had inflation.
It's not the inflation we look for. It's the price of certain things going up. It's not the inflation.
We deregulated the banks to the point where they completely destroyed the economy, to the point where they even affected the world economy.
If you mean the banks, you should mean Wall Street, actually.
Well, the banks were complicit in that. The banks were the ones doing the investing, and the banks were the ones doing the the money traveling.
Oh, well, it's like you're complaining about the horror and the horror master. The mistress or the they're called mistresses, aren't they? Over the horrors.
Yeah, I got my.
But anyway, it's all very complex. But everyone screwed us over on that. We've been suffering for 8 years. But the fact is that if you look into the stock market right now, it's far more horrored out than it was 8 years ago. You should be very concerned, and everyone should be very concerned at the fact that the derivative market is up 400% from 2008. I mean, you think we freaking had a free fall before in 2008? Wait till the next one when it collapses. It's a hell lot going to be worse. Well, I guess since someone's talking, I guess I should. The very fact is that nothing in 2008 has changed till today. The fact that they passed a few laws that were like the Reformative Act and stuff, they haven't changed anything. They haven't changed any rules. So everything that Wall Street and the politicians have been doing has been continuing on since then, and they've just raised the amount of the crap level of imaginary money. So, I mean, you know, the derivatives market is 4 times larger than it was in 08, before the crash happened. I wish I could share this with y'all. Hold on, just to see the difference. Have I frozen up? Can anyone speak?
Rar.
Rar. Okay, so
I'm surfing the internet and just listening.
I appreciate the backup. The currency and credit derivatives as of 2015 are 420% up. Which I have to get you a baseline here. I'm guessing that's 420% up of when they started this. No, I can't be that far back. So let me pick a number. The year 2000, 2004, 2004, or 2008?
2004.
Okay. Yeah, they own derivatives there. Okay, let's go to 2008 then. No derivatives there. Strange. Maybe I'm reading the thing wrong. Oh crap, they shipped to the website. They're cutting out all the prior derivatives. Used to be able to see that on this U.S. national debt clock. It's removed. I've been watching this for 5 years. Well, they're not hiding everything. They're just hiding that one aspect, the derivatives. That's a bad sign, though. Yeah, everything's a balance.
I hope that doesn't mean Yankees, right?
No, everything's a balance. The fact that they've somehow figured out how to pull that off that website to where you can't see how big derivatives have grown from the recession. Back in the recession, they had, before the recession occurred, they had about 1 trillion in derivatives, and now they're up to 4+ trillion. They're 4 times more higher in the trillions in derivatives. And if anyone actually knew what a damn derivative was, they'd be very scared by this, because derivatives are based on speculation and combinations of assets. How do I explain this? Night Strike. You and Yankee have 20 bullets between you. Each have 20 bullets. That makes 40 bullets. So I take your 40 bullets and I resell that 40 bullets in investments. And that is invested in, all of a sudden your 20 and 20, your 40 total bullets, turn into 100 bullets. And then I do it again. And that's a derivative.
Okay.
Still 2 assholes with 20 bullets apiece, but I turn into 1,000 bullets. That's a derivative.
Doesn't seem right to me.
It doesn't seem right to anyone, but that's the way it is. You think Vegas was bad. If you think Vegas is bad, you should be very concerned about our stock market, because the rules have been manipulated far worse than Vegas, period. And who's the guy who takes the hit when the house crashes? Who takes the hit? The guy with the 401k, the guy who sells off. The rich people will sell off right before the crumble.
Man, this is just, too
deep.
Not deep, it's just too in depth for me.
Good God. I mean, I've simplified it as far as I could, but,
I'm not a stock guy. I just know, with the stock market.
I'm not a stock guy. I just see what's coming.
I just know that, no matter which you go to Vegas or you try and play the stock market, either way you're gambling away your money.
You missed my point. I'm not worried about the stock market. I'm worried about the rest of us.
Ugh.
Yeah,
is right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean being negative Nancy and all that. But I seriously am concerned about the fact that since our last crisis, they have not passed any laws that will change anything. They passed 0 laws and expected the outcome to be the same. So, Night Strike, what is it when you do the same thing and expect the outcome to be different?
It's just repeating the same thing over.
Insanity. When you make no changes and continue on in your process, it's insanity to think it will turn out different if you don't change things. That's all it is. and we're currently caught in insanity. And the next part of insanity is the fact that the American people have been having their bar lowered. Let's do this. Let's do a section. So they keep having their bar lowered over time. And they have someone like Trump that's front running against Clinton. And you're like, what the F? How are either two of these people in the running, Trump or Clinton? How can these two people be running for the presidency of the United States when they're both crazy idiot morons? We invited it upon ourselves. If we degraded to the point of the intelligence level that we are voting for either one of these people, we deserve it.
Well, there's not a lot you and I can do other than vote for a different person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could go out and blast ourselves all over the place and hope someone listens, but will it change anything? Probably not. We have to go and vote someone else in to do the right thing and hope they do the right thing. But whether that'll actually happen or not, your guess is as good as mine.
Just makes me wonder, how do we, as the gun websites people, how do we influence people enough on a large scale to influence them to see reason? I mean, how do we promote a movement? How do we promote something? I mean, and guaranteed, G-Webs, I love what you've done with the gun website things and the t-shirts and stuff. But how can we cause real change? That's just what I'm wondering. I don't know how to do it. I'd love it if we did. And there's got to be some way that through social media, through, you know, we're turning to a different world. To be honest with you, we can't march on the place like the 1960s. We have to do this via the web. We have to find a way to do this to reach out to people with a message. And I'm just wondering how we do that. So, anyway, just thinking on it. This is what's so hard when all you people have these pictures up. They'll just eating pudding and staring at me. Come on. Yankee, G-Webs, wake up.
You see, they ran off.
I can't blame them. Well, I can't really blame them. I gotta go to bed too. I gotta work in the morning.
Yeah.
But damn devil, if we can't get a movement going, we can figure something out.
Are you all alone, Nathan?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
I just clicked on the video on YouTube just to see like who was in the chat, and I hear you going, "Hey, Yankee, G-Webs, wake up!" So I was like, "Oh shit, is everyone in there like sleeping and he's just sitting by himself?"
Yeah, it's pretty much just me and Night Strike, and all I'm saying is,
hello.
Hello, Night Strike. So my only monologue intention was to say, listen, we have to start doing something to promote our causes and our rights. I don't mean be the Tea Party. I don't mean to be the NRA. I just mean to say we want certain rights as gun owners, and we need to promote ourselves. And how do we do that? We certainly don't, we could actually band together and march down on capitals and bullshit. But how could we just say, look, we're Americans, the Second Amendment is important, and it's part of our freedom, and we want to fight for freedom. Just be a highly focused freedom group through the internet. To keep it highly focused, though. Don't let that freaking, good Lord, please forgive me, Jesus. Don't let that whole religion bullshit flow in. Just focus on Second Amendment and personal rights. Because there's absolutely no one in college that can really argue personal rights. You know what I'm saying? What liberal says you should be able to come in and look through my panty drawer? No liberal thinks that's right. Let's mix that in with you are not able to come in and look at my guns.
Oh yeah, you're totally right. I mean, it's like, the government can't tell me what to do if I want to do drugs, but they're totally fine with the government telling me what to do if I want to have a gun.
Yeah, and so my point is that our focus is off. Quit talking about religion and freedom of speech. Focus on guns and not being able to inspect. That should be our focus. That's something easy to win. When you start mixing in the other crap into it, it just goes to hell. If you say, look, you can't kick in my door and tell me that you want to look at my personal belongings and that you want to see my guns, because that's what we're really fighting for. Let's be honest. We're worried about them searching our emails, searching our webcasts, searching our persons and stuff. They're all trying to get the guns. So our religion has nothing to do with that. So throw that the hell out, says the Baptist.
No, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I tend to only focus on the gun issue. I leave all the other issues, out of it. But I'm also not the type to necessarily go to like a big gun rally where half the time they get sidetracked on other stuff anyways.
Okay, let's forget about them. I've never been to a gun rally, but they're a bunch of doofs. Anyway, the point is we need to focus on specific items. Second Amendment rights and Fourth Amendment rights, with your search and seizures, inspections, and not looking into our personal aspects. And then gun rights, right to bear and have guns. That's pretty easy. If we can just focus on those two things, we're constitutionally bound and protected, and we can knock them out. It's when they get us mixed up in all these other crap ball sessions that we lose.
Right. Well, that's one of the things I found kind of interesting, and I'm sure you know all about this with the whole open carry Texas thing. When that was still going like through the process, and they put in, I don't know if it was an amendment or just part of the bill or whatever, but it said something about how like the police can't just like stop you for open carrying and demand to see your license. And
no, they can't. And they should.
I mean, the thing is, like, the police unions freaked out on that, and were like, oh, there's no way we can do our job, and you're handcuffing us, and blah, blah, blah. And I think they ended up taking it out, so now I'm pretty sure, yeah, the cops can be like, hey, where's your license? You got to show it to them.
No, in Texas, they made sense of it. I can open carry. I have my license. And if a cop stops me, I go, here you go. You know what happened for the past 15 years of my life? When a cop stopped me on the road, I handed him my license and driver's license. I said, here you go, officer. I'm a concealed carrier, by the way. And both licenses. I got no problem with that. Any cop walks up to me, here's my concealed carry, here's my driver's license. No problem. Why would I have a problem with that? The cops are here to protect me and protect everyone else. They don't want to deal with me. They want to go deal with the assholes. Here's my ID. You see it? Okay. Have a nice day. That's how it rolls.
Right. Yeah, and you know, I can see that point just for the fact of, you know, it ends the encounter earlier because, like you said, they don't really want to be bugging with you, and you just show them your license and they say, okay, yeah, you're not a bad guy and we're out of here.
Smeggy, I've been pulled over multiple times since I've been carrying a gun, and when the cop walks up to my window, click, 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 and I hand him out, I go, here's my driver's license, and with it, I always hand out both. Here, I'll do this for... Always when the cop walks up, I got him ready. Got the window rolled down. Hello, officer. Here's my driver's license and my concealed carry license. Are you armed? Yes, I am, sir. And he looks at him, looks at me. And he says, well, why are you driving so fast? Or why did you swerve? I said, well, because I was in a hurry. I'm very sorry about that, sir. And he goes, all right, well, slow down. Have a good day. And this is the entire interaction. That's that. Every time.
Now, in your state, do you have you have to inform him? Because I know in Michigan, you have to inform an officer if they stop you.
You have to inform in Texas. Now, let's say it went the other way around. I had a guy walk up to I had the officer walk up, but I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun in my car. I'm unarmed. I just hand him my license. Hey, there you go. He takes it back to his cruiser. He looks it up. He goes, oh, this guy's a CHL holder. He walks up again to my car. Are you concealed carry license holder? Well, yeah. Do you have a gun in this vehicle? You know, he starts questioning me, wondering why I didn't give him my CHL, like worried that I'm hiding something. So everyone who hands just the driver's licenses off, including never enough ammo, is a fool. You hand them both licenses. Every time they pull you over and go, yep, I got a gun in the car. You just put it out like that. Cops are always suspicious of every son of a bitch hiding something. Drugs, alcohol intake, firearms. They always, as soon as you hide something, their antennas go up and they're all worried about it. Why wouldn't they be? You just throw it out, you go, look, hey, I got a gun in this car. You want to hold it? No. I said that once to a guy about my license. I go, here are my licenses. I was instructed to ask you if you wanted to have control of my firearm. I have it easily accessible for you, sir. And he goes, hell no.
Well, that was like I was pulled over one time. I wasn't carrying at the time, and so I didn't say anything about it. Just I'm like, yeah, you don't have to say anything if you're not carrying. He didn't even ask about that, but he did ask if I had any like knives or anything. I'm like, well, I got a pocket knife in my front pocket. He's like, well, go ahead and take it out and set it on the passenger seat. I'm like, okay, I guess you want it easier for me to get to, because like when I'm sitting down, it's kind of hard to get it out of my pocket. When it's sitting on the seat, I can just grab it real quick. So I thought that was kind of odd. He like made it more dangerous for himself. Not that I'm a bad person. I was never going to do anything with it, but it was just kind of funny. I'm like, all right, whatever you say, sir.
You just want a visual on it. But here's the fact is, if he pulled you over and you said, hey, I'm Smeggy, I'm unarmed, but currently I do have license to carry, and here's my driver's license, sir. And I have a gun in the car at the time. He might ask you, why don't you have a gun in the car, Smeggy? Well, I was just going to my grandma's house. I really haven't been carrying lately, so I apologize. Okay. You know, he's cool with it. He's not worried about you, Smeggy, because he sees your ID that says you can carry a gun, but you aren't carrying. He'll go back to his cruiser. He'll punch into his little laptop computer thing on there and go, Smeggy has no warrants. And they'll come back and say, hey, Smeggy, you've been up front with me. You're a cool guy. You know, you need to slow your ass down, but you can go along your way.
Yeah, stop speeding.
Well, officer, the reason I'm not carrying right now is because I'm really drunk, and that'd be against the law.
Smeggy, I'm glad you... Smeggy, come here. Breathe into my hand. Yes, you pointed out the fact that you're drunk as shit and you're a dumbass. I might make you step outside this car. So, Smeggy, what have we learned from this experience? You always are up front with cops. You're always polite, not front, because as soon as a cop assumes that you're hiding something or that you might be a possible felon with a warrant, they are not going to be nice. So politeness and showing that you're a concealed carrier is important. And after that, it's up to you. But if you're a CHL holder, you should share that with the cop. Cop comes up, I'm not carrying. I have a gun in the car. You know, officer, here's my license. By the way, when you pull up that license, you're going to find out that I'm a CHL carrier, but I am unarmed and I have a gun in the car. So I just wanted to let you know that. They would appreciate that fact. Do you know what cops worry about? Does anyone have a guess what cops worry about?
Nope.
Making money.
Okay. So I'm Nate Dogg with my Glock. Guess what? Nate Dogg with my Glock. You pulling me over? Hey, dog, what's going on? You pulling me over? Yeah. You don't know this, officer, but I've already been to the Fed penitentiary 2 times. So this time, it'll be my 3rd time, and I'm in there for life. And by the way, officer, you don't know it yet, but I got a warrant out for my arrest. So as soon as I hand you my driver's license, officer, you find that out, you know that I'm a 3rd time dropout with a warrant for my address, which means life in prison. So before I hand you my license that shows that I'm going to spend the rest of my life in jail, boom, in your damn head, officer. And that's what cops worry about.
Yeah, I forget where I saw this, but somewhere a guy was talking about if you know if you pull over a car and the first thing the guy does is light up a cigarette, it's because he knows he's going to jail and he's trying to get one last smoke in.
That's a good point. Again, all I'm saying is that when a cop sees a concealed carry license or a license to carry a handgun, he goes, oh shit, this is awesome, because this person is not a criminal. That is a I am not a criminal license. And you hold up a CHL, not a criminal. When they walk up to your car, not a criminal license. Not an asshole's going to shoot you. That's what they see. Period. And all they deal with most of the time is just the general public, and they run across gangbangers and criminals and drug dealers, and they have all sorts of problems. And the vast majority of the time, actually, amazingly, the vast majority of the time, they never have to shoot anybody. But they're always worried about getting shot themselves. On that note, I'm going to bed.
Night.
Sorry, that wasn't sent to you, Night Strike. That was towards Spanky. Hey, Spanky.
Well, right back at you, buddy.
Ooh, I gotta go to bed, guys.
Night.
Already.
See ya.
Night.
I kind of like the idea of introducing myself to the cop as Smeggy. Don't you know who I am?
What if he doesn't know who you are? You just tell him you know Edge.
Hey, you better be nice to me, or I'll call up my buddy DB, and he'll have his aunt get you in trouble.
Right.
She's gonna be president soon, and you're gonna get fired.
Yeah. His aunt's Hillary, right?
That's what we say.
I don't know. If my aunt was Hillary, I would probably shoot myself. No, I wouldn't. I'm just talking out of my ass, like always.
It would definitely make some interesting, Christmas parties and whatnot.
Yeah, just don't invite Monica, right?
Well, I guess it depends on how interesting you want the Christmas party to be.
And whether you want lamps thrown or not. Right?
So I was watching the 40th anniversary of SNL.
Right.
It was on TV earlier today. And one of the, they were basically just kind of showing clips and whatever. But one of the things they did was all of the different, political stuff they've done in the past. And, they actually on quite a few occasions would get the person that is impersonating someone with, the actual person. And one of them was Hillary. And I was just like, oh, man, because this was back in the day. That was kind of funny. The other one, oh God, Bob Dole. They had Bob Dole with Norm Macdonald, and he's like, I just want you to know, you're. What did he say? He's like, Bob Dole doesn't always talk about Bob Dole, and he was basically saying that Bob Dole doesn't speak in the third person by speaking in the third person, and Norm was just sitting there just trying not to laugh. It was pretty funny.
Bob Dole.
I love Norm Macdonald. He's a great comedian.
Bob Dole. And then there was Ross Perot.
Yes, that was a person.
He was
that
a person.
Existed in the space-time continuum.
At one point in time or another.
Yeah, I was actually listening to I forget what show. Norm Macdonald was on a radio show. This was a while back, but he was talking about he went on The View, and he went on there, and I guess how they kind of like set the hosts up to like ask a certain question so that the people can talk about what they want to talk about. And apparently he had this story about Bill Cosby, and so he thought that's what they were going to talk about. So he comes out and they ask a couple questions or whatever, and then they show a picture of like him with George Bush, and I think it was like before he was president. And it wasn't the first one. It was George W. But
right.
So they end up just like ripping into him about politics and stuff. He kind of got, ambushed or whatever. And he's like, the only reason that he like took that picture is someone was like, oh yeah, Bush will be in town. Like, do you want to meet him? And he was like, well, yeah, that might be kind of cool because like he might be president. Like I think it was when he was, running the first time, but he wasn't elected yet. And so like he was just there just because it's like, well, how many times do you get to see someone like who might be president? Like that's kind of cool, but it doesn't mean he was endorsing all of his, policies or whatever. And these freaking, I don't know, whatever you call them, cackling hens. I don't know what the best term is.
That's probably the best term.
But they were just like laying into him, and he's like, "What? I didn't come on here to argue about politics with you guys. Like, what the hell?" And so, anyways, at the radio show it was like, "Well, since you didn't get to tell your Bill Cosby story, tell it now." So it's like, all right. So apparently, like he opened for Bill Cosby back in the day, and he was, he got to meet him and stuff before the show, and he was telling him, "Oh yeah, my dad, like I remember I'd listen to, your albums with my dad all the time when I was a kid, and you're so funny, blah blah whatever." And so Cosby was like, "Well, where's your dad live?" And he said, Alberta or whatever. And he's like, "Okay, well," he found out that he was going to do a show up there. So he's like, what's your dad's phone number? And Norm goes, "At that moment, I realized my dad's dead. He had passed away a couple of years back." And so he's like, "Well, I didn't want to like look like a fool, so I just made up a number." So then, freaking like 6 months later, he gets this call from Bill Cosby, and he goes, I called that number that you gave me, and the man on the phone was not your dad." And so Norm was like, he still didn't want to fess up, so he just goes, "Well, no, that's really weird. I thought I gave you the right number, So anyways, apparently Norm told this story somewhere, and Bill Cosby actually like heard it or got back to him. So he ends up sending Norm like an entire room full of flowers, and the card says, "I hate to be the one to tell you this, but your father passed away 9 years ago."
Wow. I don't know if that... No, I'm not going to say anything. No. So, Smegs, what's going on with you? You got work tomorrow?
Shit. What was that you asked?
You got work tomorrow, or are you off tomorrow?
No, I'm working. We're working 7 days a week now for the foreseeable future.
Awesome.
Yep.
You got to work 7 days a week, or they're working 7 days a week?
I have to work 7 days a week.
Wow.
Well, that's all right. The money's right. Well, yeah, I mean, this project has been kind of weird. When I first came out, like, I was working a bunch. I would try and, I'd stay late, and I was working on the weekends and all this stuff. And then the guy was kind of talking to me, and he made it sound like they didn't want me working that much, because, I mean, obviously I'm getting paid overtime, so they're kind of like, well, you don't have to be here because we have other people, and, you know, it's like, it's not like I'm necessarily, like, I don't have to be there just because, like, the construction people are there. So I was like, okay, cool. So I started basically taking weekends off. I'd still work like a 10-hour day during the week, so I was still working like 50 hours, but, you know, I wasn't working on the weekends. And then this past week, he made it sound like I was slacking off because I wasn't coming in on the weekends. I'm like, but you made it sound like you didn't want me to come in, and now you're making it sound like I'm not doing my job because I'm not here. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just coming in all the time. If they have a problem paying me, then they'll tell me to go home. But I'd rather be at work, honestly. I mean, what the hell do I do on my weekends off if I'm not going home? I just sit around in the hotel room. Like, I got nothing better to do. Might as well get paid for it.
As long as you don't start going cross-eyed or something.
Right.
Well, if he goes cross-eyed, he'll have to redo the snowman picture.
One of the nice things about being on site is, you know, you're not just sitting there staring at the computer. You know, you're going out in the field and double checking stuff, and, you know, whatever, talking with the guys out there, make sure they understand what's going on, and so it's nice. You know, it's a little more laid back sometimes, and then other times, yeah, you are running like with a chicken with your head cut off. Especially when they run into a problem because it needs to get solved, like, you know, instantly. So I don't know. It's an interesting beast. Everyone, you know, especially when people see you on like a slower day where you're kind of just hanging out and, you know, there's not a lot to do. You're just kind of answering emails or something. They're like, "Damn, you got this easy." And it's like, yeah, come back tomorrow when something's on fire and we're all freaking running around like crazy. That's the part people don't see. They only ever. Why is it like the big bosses only ever come by like when you're sitting down for a minute? They never come by when you're going crazy.
That is a good point.
That's what my favorite on the job site, you know, story. And so far, this has been like the worst day of work on site. I was at the place at like 5:30 in the morning. I was there till 4:30 in the afternoon, where I decided to run home. I came back at like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, and then I worked till 6 o'clock in the morning. So I basically worked whatever that was at, you know, 23 hours or 22 and a half hours, something like that. And so far, that's been my longest work day.
Do you have a time clock or something while you're there, or what?
No, I mean, I just keep track of what time. I basically just, you know, like fill out a timesheet and, you know, send it in.
Okay.
Which actually ends up hurting me because, like, you know, if I stay over 15 minutes or something, I just ignore it. Like, if I had a time clock, I could get paid down to, you know, however many hours, 0.3 or something. But, no, I just round to whatever the nearest, like, well, about half hour I normally round to. Shit, I remember back in the day, I was working at the hardware store. We did have an actual like time clock you have to punch in and out of or whatever. And I always had this problem, man. I was always just like 5 minutes late for work. No matter what I did, something would happen. Like if I left my house super early, there'd be a huge accident. I'd be 5 minutes late to work. Or if I like woke up like 2 minutes before I was supposed to go to work, somehow I'd still get there with like 5 minutes late. It was just kind of weird. So I remember my boss was giving me shit about it one day and was like, yeah, you know, you were late like 5 minutes every day this week. And I was like, you know, he was showing me the time clock. He's like, yeah, so I'm going to dock you, you know, like a half hour's pay. And I was like, all right, well, that's kind of lame because I like how, you know, you're focusing on the 5 minutes late every morning, but look at every time I punched out. I was punching out 15 to 20 minutes late every day. So I'm like, if you're docking me for those 5 minutes, I want to get paid for those other 15. Like, you actually owe me time, not taking it away. So
But
he decided to call it a draw.
You see, the problem is they always focus on what they want to focus on, not the whole entire picture. Because if they looked at the whole picture, then they would be like, shit.
Right. Well, and that's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it used to actually be federal law. If you were forced to use a time card, they had to pay you off the time card. They couldn't have you punch a card, in other words, and bitch about you being 5 minutes late every morning, but you stayed 15 minutes late and not pay you for it. Used to be federal law. I've been out of the game for a little bit, so I'm not 100%, but that used to be a law.
Well, I mean, it might still be. This was kind of just like a mom-and-pop hardware store type of thing, so maybe what they were doing was wrong, but it worked out. Like I said, it was just that one time, and then he was like, all right, fine, whatever. Because he realized he's not going to convince me to start coming in 5 minutes, you know. Like, I still ended up coming in a little bit late. But the one comment he did make when I said, well, you know, look at that example you're showing, like Wednesday. Look, I punched out at, you know, whatever, 20 minutes after. And he's like, well, yeah, but you were only supposed to work till this time, so, you know, I didn't force you to stay that late or whatever. And so my rebuttal to that was like, all right, well, next time I'm in the middle of helping a customer, I'll set an alarm on my phone, and when it rings, I'll drop everything I'm doing and walk away. You know, do you really want me doing that in front of a customer, being like, oh, sorry, shift change, you're on your own, fuck you. So then he realized that was kind of ridiculous too. So he's like, all right, whatever, we'll call it a draw. But speaking of shitty ass work, I think I'm gonna get going.
All right, later, man.
Going back to it, or going to sleep?
No, I'm going to sleep. I gotta. What the hell time it is? I don't know.
12:38. 11:30 here.
Yeah. So I'll get
1:30 here then.
A little under 6 hours of sleep tonight. So that's about normal.
Good luck.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I know. I said I left earlier, and I was like, "Yeah, fuck it. I'm still bored. I'll come back." All right.
You catch on, and people jump back in at night sometimes. I'm on the way out too, though. Talk to you guys there.
Later. I think I'm gonna head out too. See you later, Darren.
Yep. Hey.
See you, Yankee, if you're there at all or not.
I'm on my way out too.